Yes. Yes. Call to order the Wheeling Plan Commission for Thursday, March 8th, 2012. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Will the Secretary Pro Tem please call the roll?
Commissioner Burns? Here. I guess I better talk into the microphone. Commissioner Johnson?
Here.
Commissioner Dorband?
Here.
I'm Commissioner Stilen. I'm present. Commissioner Schaaf? Here. Chairman Maloney?
Here.
And Commissioner Rufato had notified the Commission that he would be absent this evening.
Mr. Jennings, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, you have a revised agenda in front of you, removing one item from the consent agenda and placing it under item A. So item B on items for review is back to nature, wall sign review. We've also had a request to review item C, V pantry, and I will explain that time permitting at the end of the meeting.
Okay. We're going to do something a little different on the consent agenda. Last year we started, rather than just passing it, telling you what it was. Tonight I think we've got some pictures. So we're going to call docket number this is consent agenda, docket number SCBA 12-11, Milu Design, 48 East Hintz Road, appearance approval for a monument sign.
Let's see if I can. Yep.
And this is a high-end landscape design company that's been in the village for quite a few years. Also, docket number SCBA 12-12, Yogurtland, 1568 Lake Cook Road, appearance approval of a wall sign, and they sell frozen yogurt, cones, and cups, and prepackaged. Do I hear a motion?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Before I make the motion, I'd like to make a comment for Milo Design. I think this is one of the best sign packet documents that I have ever seen. It comes with color pictures of what the flowers and plantings are going to be, just page after page of documentation on what they're going to do. And I would request that maybe you personally send them a letter as chairman of the Plan Commission thanking them for taking that above and beyond the normal call of duty. And with that, I'll make the motion to approve the consent.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Burns?
Yes.
Commissioner Schaaf?
Yes.
I'm Commissioner Stilen. I vote yes. Commissioner Dorband?
Yes.
And Chairman Maloney?
Yes.
That's 6 yes and 1 absent.
Okay, items for review. First one is docket number 2012-3, docket number PC 12-10, and SCBA 1213. This is for Philhaven, 2418-2422 Hintz Road. 2012-3 is variations from Title 19 zoning relating to required parking. PC 12-10 is site plan and appearance approval for multifamily residential building, and SCBA 1213 is appearance approval for a subdivision sign. The Secretary is going to read something, and when he's done, I have some statements to make.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. A zoning variation is intended to be a method of adjustment to equalize regulations where Title 19 of the Village of Wheeling zoning has created an unnecessary hardship. A variation is designed to allow affected property owners the same rights and privileges that others enjoy in the same zoning district. In order to be granted a variation, a petitioner is required to demonstrate through testimony to the Plan Commission at the public hearing why their request meets the conditions of the village code, including but not limited to how their individual situation is unique or unusual. Prior to the public hearing, the petitioner provides written statements meant to show that their request for variation meets the standards established in Title 19. The Commission chairperson will typically direct that these statements be entered into the record without full reading of them at the hearing. Based upon testimony and supporting materials submitted, the Plan Commission will make final findings in support of or against the petitioner's testimony and report those findings to the village board.
Thank you. Because this may be a contentious hearing, we're going to follow the rules of the Claren decision of the Illinois Supreme Court. And in this, a public hearing must include the right of notice of the public hearing, which we will verify, and the right to cross-examine and the right to present witnesses and other evidence. The purpose of interpreting these rules and procedure, the following definitions apply. Public body means the Wheeling Plan Commission. Petitioner means any person who has filed an application for zoning relief and his or her attorney or consultant. In this case, it would be Philhaven. Objector means any person who desires to object to a filed application for zoning relief and his or her attorney or consultant. Interested person includes but is not limited to village residents, village staff, members of the public, and any attorney or consultant appearing on behalf of the village, village residents, or members of the public. As we go through this, step by step, before we get into each step, I will clarify each of those steps. Let me also, community development, someone has come to the village and they want to build something or do something and it requires a variation from what the normal rules are. This group acts as sort of between, it's a commission, but it's more like a judicial body that we are listening to evidence and we're making decisions. Our decisions are not final. If we will, from this proceedings, we will pass on to the village trustees our recommendation for or against the project. They have the final say in this, but we do the groundwork for them. So with that in mind, I would like the, Mr. Jennings, you have anything to add?
Just that the petitioner did receive the staff report, including the recommendations and review comments by the Fire Department and Engineering Division. And in response to the staff report, the petitioner has submitted a revised plan intended to illustrate how some of the comments of the staff can be addressed on this site, as well as a letter responding to the staff questions and comments. You have that in front of you as a supplement to your packet.
One additional thing is we cannot go beyond midnight. It's sometime between 11 and 11:30 if we get there. Now, we've done this once before. We're here at midnight and all of a sudden the lights went up, the shades went down, everything went to pot. So sometime between, if this keeps going, between 11 and 11:30, we're going to continue this until our next meeting, and we have some other minor business to take care of to close the meeting. So that may happen. So looking at the crowd, it could happen. Would the petitioner please come forward? And anytime you're talking, you do have to use a microphone, please. Would you give your name and address, please?
My name is Jessica Burzak. My address is 900 West Jackson in Chicago.
Do you swear that everything you're about to tell us is the truth?
I do. Good evening, commissioners, guests. My name is Jessica Burzak. I'm the Vice President with DeVary Development Group. We are a development firm specializing in the concepts of affordable housing and permanent supportive housing, which is a subsection of multifamily housing that we're here to talk to you about tonight. We have developments across the Midwest, a portfolio of almost 1,000 units. In addition to being developers, we're also owner-operators. We stick with our buildings for the long haul and manage them as well ourselves. The pictures in front of you are two of our most recent examples to give you a sense of the kind of work we do. The picture on the top is 40 single-family homes on the far west side of the state of Illinois. And then the bottom picture is a project in Mount Prospect, very similar to what we're talking about tonight, that will actually begin construction in hopefully about 6 weeks. We believe that project, called Myers Place, will be the first of this product type in the entire northwest suburban Cook County area. Andrew, can you?
There's another mouse up there. Does yours work? I can get it if it's not working up there. Fine, mine.
That's okay, thank you. Before I get too much further, I would like to introduce the rest of my team who will be speaking this evening. Do you want them all to swear in now or when they speak?
Yes, if they'd stand up, please.
Okay. I'll tell their names maybe if that works. We have Mitch Bresky from the Kenneth Young Center, Steve Siegel from VOA Architects, Kevin Lewis from IG Consulting, and Mimi McKay from McKay Landscape Architects.
Do all of you swear that everything you're about to tell us is the truth? Thank you.
We're here tonight to propose a project that we're calling Phil Haven. Phil Haven will be 50 units of a concept called permanent supportive housing. Permanent supportive housing is a type of multifamily housing. The project will be located at 2418 Hintz Road between Schoenbeck and Buffalo Grove. As Andrew mentioned, we have submitted a new site plan that is in response to mostly the comments we received from the fire department. We wanted to respond as quickly as possible to the comments that we knew that we could accommodate. Most importantly, those included a fire access from the fire department, as well as a fence on the north and west perimeters of the site. I wanted to acknowledge that you've gotten that recently, and so we understand that you have not had the time to pore over that. We want to talk through some of those changes and how we've worked with Andrew and the various departments to get the plan to where it is today. But I also wanted to acknowledge that if you don't feel you've had time to review that, we certainly understand if you'd like to continue us until March 22nd, because we want to make sure you've had time to properly review everything, both from the village side and from our side. This is a site you're probably aware of. It was here several years ago, previously zoned as R4 for another multifamily development. The site actually went all the way through the full PUD process. Unfortunately, the market then fell apart, and so as we understand, the previous developer was not able to pull together the financing to do a market rate for sale type of development. When we found this site, we were very determined to pick up on the previous plans because we knew it had been all the way through the village. We've actually brought on similar team members, especially the engineers, because we're so aware of some of the complicated engineering issues on the site. And so later, when the engineers speak, you'll hear that they've picked up where it ended, in 2006, because one of our main goals was to respond to the concerns about the existing, obviously, stormwater issues that exist on that site. Affordable housing for people with disabilities with access to social services as those people need and desire, both in their homes and in the community, is critical. There are very few housing opportunities like this in this entire market area. It's important to note that this is an independent multifamily housing development. Despite targeting with people with disabilities, it's important to know that we're not proposing a medical type of facility in any way. We will not have nurses or doctors on site. That's not the type of housing that we're promoting. We're encouraging independent living for people who need access to social services in order to remain independent. But ability to live independently is one of the most fundamental screening criteria to be able to qualify for housing such as this. Across our portfolio, as well as a multi-state snapshot of similar developments, we know to be true that most of our residents will likely not own cars due to the high cost of ownership, that we find sites with excellent public transportation, which, as you know, is not necessarily easy in suburban communities, but we were happy with this location because of the PACE access. In addition to the existing PACE routes, we plan to continue our work with PACE to utilize their wonderful van sharing program, which will allow for a van to be on site that will allow residents to carpool together in order to be able to most easily get to the train or wherever their job destinations may be. Due to low vehicle counts, the reason we're here tonight is because we have proposed a site plan that utilizes a land banking concept. We believe this is beneficial for everyone. It leaves green space for our neighbors to the north, it leaves green space for our residents, and it leaves much more open space and open air. We're confident that our proposal allows an adequate amount of parking for our residents, all of our staff, and guests. It's important to know that DeVary considers ourselves a community developer. The kinds of projects we do are only here because they meet a critical local need. It's also important to us that we work with the existing communities to match the fabric of the community, and when we think of our future parcel lines, we really think of future neighbors. As I mentioned, we will be the owner-operator of this project for a minimum of 15 years, more likely 30 years. So beginning last week, we began working specifically with the neighbors, and some of them had some very valid concerns about the existing site conditions, and I wanted to respond specifically to some of the things they asked us to respond to and talk about the ways that we've adjusted our plan to meet those needs. Number one is the stormwater problems. We had neighbors tell us that they currently have up to 1 foot. Someone even shared that they've had 8 feet of water in their existing basements. And these are neighbors that are to the north and west of our development. That's obviously a problem. I would not want 8 feet of water in my basement. Obviously, no one would. So we've gone back with our engineers. We've been working with Andrew, the county, and the village to make sure that our proposal will not impact our neighbors negatively. The engineers will get into this more carefully, but I wanted to highlight that it's one of our most critical planning items as we look at the plans, is to make sure that if anything, we're improving the current conditions, finding better ways for water to run, adding tanks so that nothing happens except improvements. The second comment from the community was that they would like to have seen a fence added. They talked about dogs that currently get to run in the open space, asked for an added level of security, and so we have in the revised site plan that you've seen committed to adding a fence on both the north and the west perimeter of our site. There was a lot of questions about lighting. I wanted to comment that we're proposing that in addition with the land banking proposal, obviously that would reduce the lighting because we won't be lighting that land banked space as extensively as the constructed lighting would require. There was also lots of questions about parking. My understanding is that there's already a parking shortage in the development to the north, mostly one-car garages, and so they already experience a shortage in their area, and they were concerned that if we had overflow, where would our folks go, and they didn't want them in their development to the north. So we've looked very carefully at our parking counts. Part of the revisions in the new site plan is that our development has gone down to 50 units from 58. And we also hired a third-party analyst to do a parking assessment. They came back saying that in residential developments like this, the required parking ratio should be 0.14 to 1, which obviously is nothing. For 50 units, that's saying we would only need 7 parking spaces. We're proposing a full 65, but it goes to show that we're very confident that those 65 spaces will easily accommodate our residents, our staffing structure, and any guests. Another question from the community was what would possibly trigger the development of that land banked space? We have proposed that as long as the use remain permanent supportive housing for people with disabilities, there would be no reason to trigger that land banking. With our type of financing, if we're successful in our financing rounds, it's committed through land use restrictions that it would be this type of housing for a minimum of 15 years, and like I said, more likely 30 years through required extension periods. 2 final comments. They asked that our trash areas be covered. Obviously, no one likes to look at dumpsters, and so we have committed to having full trash enclosures. And the final comments were about existing overgrowth of trees. And so in our landscaping plan and construction plan, we've added maintenance and health assessments of all of the trees on the site, but especially those that share the perimeter with our neighbors, to make sure that all of our trees are healthy and not overhanging onto our neighbor's property. Now I'd like to, one by one, my team's going to go through the site planning, the architecture, the engineering, the lighting, and the landscaping. At the end, our attorney will conclude with our presentation that summarizes the variance that we're here tonight to ask you for, which is to land bank some of our parking. And after that, we'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
It wasn't working.
Okay, so I'll just, again, my name is Steve Siegel, and I'm with VOA Architects from Chicago. And we're very excited about this project. We think it's going to be a very handsome building. And you see up above the full elevation as it would be seen from Hintz Road, and then a detail near the entrance to the building, which is sort of the center section of that full elevation. This building's finishes on the outside include a cast stone base, which is the sort of cream-colored material at the bottom of the building. It has a masonry midsection, if you will, with cast stone lintels and sills for the windows. And then the upper register is a pre-finished cement fiberboard material. It's more commonly known by one of its manufacturers, which is Hardy. It's called Hardy board. It's a very durable exterior facing material that is also the darker brown color on these projecting bays that you see to either side of the entrance, sort of rhythmically placed across the facade to create some interest, as well as provide some additional living space for the apartment living spaces, as the bedrooms are in the more recessed surface that is red brick. To take us to the site and remind everyone what it looks like, we have a view from Hintz Road. This is could almost be stitched together. You see this is taken approximately the southwest corner. Just out of view to the left are the homes to the west of our site, and far in the distance on the right would be the commercial site that you see now on the screen. The building is planned in a way to sort of mimic the conditions that surround it on the west and the north. You have an L-shaped configuration of attached townhomes that are backed up, if you will, by an L-shaped strip of trees that is aligned with the property line of our site on the west and north side. And so the building is configured that way also for a couple of reasons. The building's views from the inside on the north and west side will have views to the tree line, which is nice for those residents. The organization of the building is apartments on both sides of a central corridor with stairs at the ends of the building and elevators in the middle where the entrance is. And this L shape will also screen the entrance drive area at the front, screen it for the neighbors to the west and the north. And the parking is either at the front on the south side of the building or it's over on the east side. Thank you, that's helpful. Wish I had a laser pointer, but without one tonight. Now, in response to comments during the review process from the fire department, they're concerned about, of course, about access to every side of the building in the event of an emergency, and they've asked us to introduce a fire lane, which we show as it meets the minimum required dimensions of a fire lane, but it is to be designed to look like a walking path. And we also want to make sure that it is not a place for people to drive, only in an emergency. So it'll be rendered in a different material, and it will have green space on either side of it and look more like a walking path than a road, if you will. And then we've done all we can to minimize the amount of pavement on the site. We were also asked to introduce a second means of entering the site. We originally only had one by the parking. Thank you. There's the second means of access. And that has allowed us to eliminate the loop road that we had in the original design that was on the screen earlier. And we can replace that with green space sort of as a nice foreground for this building and make it more attractive from the street. What else can I tell you? This plan shows the same fire lane configuration with the land banking scheme. So what you saw.
We have a laser pointer.
Oh, fabulous! Oh, fabulous! I assume that if I shine this into the eyes of someone on the panel, I will be in big trouble. So I'll try to keep it up. There we go. Excellent. So we have our parking approximately 48 spaces here and 16 or 17 here. It adds up to 65. I can't remember the exact number. In the near future, and then in the land banking, in other words, the plan that would provide the original underlying zoning required parking is shown as this double loaded lane of parking back here. That meets the requirement for a building with this number of apartments, which was 58 in the original proposal. It is now 50, and the underlying zoning requires that number 50 times 2.75 to generate the minimum required parking, and that is the essence of the petition here tonight. Next, I think I'm going to turn it over to my friend Kevin from IG Consulting, who is our civil engineer.
Good evening. I'm Kevin Lewis with IG Consulting, and we're the civil engineers on the project. This exhibit that you're looking at here is a fire lane turning movement. It shows the movement that a fire truck or an emergency vehicle can make to be able to get into the site and circulate around it. It shows it with the land bank parking as well, the idea being that the vehicles could continue around the site, but in the event that the land bank parking is approved, which is what the variance is that the development team exhibit is showing. Perhaps we go to the next one. This exhibit is a preliminary grading plan which shows how we're going to drain the site. Essentially, the site is tributary, means that 2/3 of the site is tributary to the north. That means currently, in existing conditions, about 2/3 of the site drain out towards the north and about 1/3 of the site drains out to the south. Illinois drainage law requires that we maintain that, in essence, that we keep that drainage pattern intact. The county, who controls Hintz Road, also traditionally requires that we maintain that. We're working with the county to try and see if we can increase any flow towards that direction. But the idea is that we have to maintain that system. It also is required that we have to limit the amount of flow to stormwater drainage going off the site in a similar fashion at a similar rate, so that we're not taking a more intense use, i.e. a building where there was just grass, and allowing that to just drain right off. And that's done through detention and a restrictor. The previous plan that Jessica referred to before indicated that this project was approved with the then in place required detention on site and a stormwater connection connecting into the storm system that drains to the north. That's how this project began in 2011. That's what we were looking at last year, at the beginning of this year, and how that would work. What we've done is we've provided stormwater vault here and here to detain the water on site and then release it in the same fashion that it's being released now. However, working with staff, we've determined that there have been, since 2006, significant problems seen by the neighbors in Lakeside Villas, and have agreed to further restrict the amount of stormwater detention that we would release off the site to the north. In essence, what we're trying to do is we're trying to release no stormwater to the north, but we've agreed to restrict it further, meeting the plans that were drafted for an analysis of Lakeside Villas. So the development team and our design would conform with that as we move forward with final engineering, working with village engineering staff. So in essence, what we're trying to do, or we're planning to do, is to allow less stormwater to drain off the site to the north than currently does today, store it on site in a vault or a basin, and then direct most of the stormwater off into Hints Road. That's the plan. In addition to that, in order to try and help the site in general, we are proposing to install a rain garden in 2 locations to allow infiltration into the ground so that we're not allowing that water to run off the site in any direction. It's an environmentally friendly way of handling stormwater. That's also part of the plan. Perhaps we can go to the next slide. This is a configuration showing how the storm sewer system would work, where we would, in the event that land bank parking was necessary, which is how we approached this design. How would we provide enough stormwater detention in the event that the land banking was triggered? So the idea is we would design enough stormwater detention even if all of that became pavement, realizing, of course, that it's our goal and the reason that we're here before you today to not have to put in all of that pavement. Water would then be directed and connected into a connection going out to Hints Road over here, or into the existing connection, which is there's a storm sewer along the north property line.
Can you use the cursor, because we can't see your red dot back there?
I didn't realize that
We're
was
looking
a...
at
do I have control of this, Andrew, or?
No, but I can
Okay.
point while you're talking.
Okay.
On to the utility. Are you done with the utility plan? You want me to move on to the next?
I think at this point, I think everything else. This is the lighting photometric plan. What it's showing, if you can read those numbers in there, is it's showing that along the perimeter, these are all zeros, and that inside the parking lot, that those dark symbols are the proposed lights. What's intended there is that we would provide enough lighting for safety within the parking areas as is required by village code for parking lot safety for anybody in the parking lot. But the lights that we're proposing have shields on them so that they would not shine off into the adjoining properties. This particular light that's being proposed at this time is an environmentally friendly light. It's an LED fixture, so what you're looking at are LED lights shining down, and they're able to be directed and aimed with shields to be able to control where that light is shining on the parking lot, so that we can eliminate glare off-site but keep enough light within the parking lot for safety. Now, Andrew, if you could just go back one frame, we understand that the plan is to try and only build the parking lot around the front and the sides, the one side, and if that's the case, the perimeter lighting would then be eliminated for parking, but we would still provide adequate lighting for the path for safety. But it would be low-level landscape lighting. Should you approve the variance? So this is...
Just interject one second. If you're standing, there are some seats here. You can pull them if you don't want to sit right in front. You can pull them back and sit back there. There's also some seats along the end. It's fine. You shouldn't have to stand if you'd like to sit down.
So what you're looking at here is the existing tree plan. These are the existing trees on the sites. The trees with X's on them are ones that we've already determined need to be removed from the site. The remaining trees, we're trying to save as many as possible. And I think this is probably a good segue into inviting our landscape architect, Mimi McKay, to come and talk about this in the next slide, which is what our proposed landscaping plan would be. So, thank you.
Good evening. I'm Mimi McKay. I'm from McKay Landscape Architects. Yeah, we don't have to look back at the tree inventory, but the intention is to, particularly on the west and north sides of the property, is to keep as many of the existing trees that are healthy, keep them in place, remove any dead trees, and prune and clean up the tree line so that it's not, so that the neighbors aren't looking at unhealthy, dead, or disfigured trees. But keep the healthy trees as a resource. And otherwise, so this is the earlier plan that doesn't show the fire lane, but does show what we're hoping we'll be allowed to do, which is have the parking on the east side and on the south side of the building. And basically the goal is to do nice ornamental planting around the building using flowering shrubs and evergreens, ornamental grasses and perennial flowers, flowering trees, maybe adding some evergreen trees to the perimeter planting so there's a little more evergreens there, and using some no-mow grasses, which are a little bit taller than regular turf lawn, around the perimeter as well. That helps with the runoff as well. This also doesn't show the fence, as that was added after this preliminary plan, but the fence would be on the west, north, and east sides of the property. And also a monument sign is on the east side of the driveway, and that would be planted with perennials and low shrubs. And the rain gardens that Kevin mentioned, we were showing those in the front of the building and in the northwest corner, and that would help with runoff as well. I think that's it. Thank you.
So we're back to the elevations. I've been through this slide before. I think maybe we might advance it one. There, what you see at the left is a palette of materials. We've brought the real thing with us tonight. I'm not quite sure how to present that to such a large group, but anyone is welcome to come see it. The samples of the window frame are the darkest materials there. You see the brick in the lower right, and the cement fiberboard samples are the red strip in the center and the brown strip to the left, and the stone is in the lower left corner with the mortar colors that would go with it.
If you could just walk the sample down so they could see it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
You're lucky it's not real bricks.
Could you just turn it around also for a second, please? Thank you.
Next slide. We have the other elevations in black and white to show that the rendering of the outside is consistent on all four sides of the building. We have the east elevation at the bottom, a black and white rendition of the same elevation you've seen before at the top, which is the south or street elevation. And then the west side at the bottom here and the north side at the top. This is the first floor plan. It shows the entrance area that is surrounded with the dashed rectangle. And we have primarily one-bedroom units to the west side of the building, primarily 2- and 3-bedroom units to the east side of the building. Again, as I mentioned, with all living and bedroom spaces on the perimeter wall facing either primarily to the south or to the north. The center section is a conceptual drawing that shows general intent. We haven't worked everything out yet, but it shows an entrance foyer. The entrance is at the bottom. This is the same orientation as the other site plans. That's an entrance vestibule. We have a lobby with some soft seating and a fireplace as a welcoming feature of the building. There are 2 elevators directly to the north of that, and then there are individual bathrooms that serve a community room to the north. There are other building required spaces, mechanical and electrical rooms. We have a bike storage room, a trash room. The kind of things you would expect to see in a facility with 50 apartments in it. Next. These are typical 1, 2, and 3 bedroom apartments. They all have a combined living kitchen space as sort of the centerpiece of the design, and a bedroom or bedrooms to the sides, and bathrooms to the interior, because it is bedrooms and living rooms and kitchens that by code require natural light and natural ventilation. Our intent is to screen any mechanical equipment, screening that is required by the village, with the pitched roof at the top of the building. It will be rooftop mechanical equipment, and that is conceptual at this point. And finally, this is also conceptual. It's a low sign in the same materials that the building is rendered. It would not have the text so large because there will be directional information, entrance, exit, whatever, will also be there, and possibly the address in addition to the name of the building. And that may be
I think that's it.
it for me.
Let me check.
Good evening. My name is Steve Friedland. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Applegate, Thorne Thompson in Chicago. I represent the applicant. I was going to finish up to speak to the 2 variation requests, just so we're clear about what we're requesting and how we believe we meet the standards. There's 2 variation requests. They deal with parking. As you know, under your code, parking for multifamily requires 2.75 parking spaces per unit. As Jessica indicated, and the traffic report, or the parking report that we provided from KLOA, these types of supportive developments, both our experience and frankly the experience of other supportive developments, just do not generate the number of cars that you would expect in what your code is calling for, 2.75 spaces. So we're proposing 65 parking spaces instead of the required 138 parking spaces. In addition, your code requires that one of the required parking spaces be covered. So we're asking for that also to be varied. I would certainly point you to our written submission. We've tried to answer the standards with respect to the variation in our written materials and in the report that we submitted from KLOA. I'll go through that briefly now, and obviously we can answer any questions that you might have. It seems to us that, as you know, there's sort of typical components to the request for variation. We need to show hardship, we need to show uniqueness, and we need to show, in a sense, that there wouldn't be a reasonable return with respect to the development. What's interesting about our particular request is that because we are proposing to land bank, in a sense, I think what we're showing you is that this development could comply fully with your zoning. The reason why we feel that would be a hardship is that it would seem a shame to build a great deal of parking that is unneeded. And what we want to assure you is that because of the land banking, that ability would be there if it was necessary in the future, but that it would serve not only, we think, our development, but frankly the community, to have more open space rather than hardscape that would go basically unused if we were to develop that housing. What is unique about the development is the fact that it is permanent supportive housing. And your code doesn't really differentiate among different types of multifamily dwelling. It's just one multifamily dwelling use. It's our unique use that creates this need and our request for a reduction in the parking. With respect to the number of parking spaces and with respect to reasonable return, to develop and spend the money on the hardscape and the additional parking that we don't feel is needed would frankly make it very difficult to finance a development like this. We will have financing sources that will look at our plans and frankly would expect to only pay for those things that make sense. And to have 2.75 parking spaces per unit in a development like this where the funding sources that we deal with who provide funding for permanent supportive housing, frankly, that would be very difficult. It would be difficult for us to convince them that that made sense because it's just something that they would not typically see as we don't typically see. I wanted to speak also with respect to the covered parking. And I guess what I would note is that, interestingly enough, if we were to fully comply with the code, there would actually be more parking on the exterior of the site of the building than there is right now, because we would only be required to provide 50 covered spaces, which presumably would likely be inside the building or underground, or I assume that's what you would be expecting under your code. But we would actually have the balance of the parking outside. We have that right now. So frankly, our site plan as proposed to you really wouldn't be that much different if the one parking space per unit were included within the building. The reason why we haven't done that is that it certainly does present a significant added cost if you were to put that underground. The other option would be to basically make the building larger and provide some of that on, say, the first floor of the building. But again, our feeling is that the benefit of that and the result is not particularly worthwhile, considering that our goal was to create more open space, more green space on the site, rather than more building that would house parking spaces. I guess I'll speak briefly to the other two standards of your variation of your code. One is that the variation won't alter the essential character of the locality, and we certainly don't believe it will. This is multifamily housing, and because we're going to be providing what we feel very confidently is sufficient parking, we don't see how that alters the essential character of a multifamily building. The final standard with respect to the proposed variation not impairing adequate light or air or increasing congestion or danger of fire or public safety. In fact, we actually think we're providing a better situation with less hardscape than we are with if we were to develop all the parking and have all of that hardscape. It would increase the runoff, which again, as Kevin spoke to, we're going to engineer for, but it certainly seems that it creates a less beneficial development than one which has more green space and landscaping. So we feel we certainly meet that standard as well. I think that's our presentation, so we'll stop now and yeah.
Thank you. Just a diversion for a moment. If you look behind you, there's a beautiful full moon. Okay, this is a public hearing, and at this point, we're going to open it up to what we call cross-examination. Now, this is not a place where you make a statement that you're for or against or something like that. What your cross-examination is, you question what the petitioners have said, what any particular petitioner said, maybe you don't understand the drainage situation or something like that, you can clarify that. I ask that there not be repetition, that, and we'll do that later on. Later on will be another time where if you're against it or for it, you can make statements. But this is not a time to make statements, it's a time to ask questions. So with that in mind, let me ask this. Is there the people that are objecting to this, is there anyone represented by an attorney? Okay, good. If so, rules change a little bit. All right. Now on this one, we don't go by this list. Who would like to cross-examine? Please show a hand. And when the public is done, the commission will. Woman in the front, please. If you'd come up to the microphone, give your name and address.
I certainly will.
And bring the mic down to you, please.
Yeah, I'm going to have to bring it down a little bit short.
Okay.
First off, I want to thank the Planning Commission. You may not recognize me since I saw you 2 weeks ago. It's Susie Reingold, President of Lakeside Villas Homeowners Association, which is on the north and west boundary of this proposed building.
Before you go any further, do you swear that everything you're about to tell us is the truth?
Yes.
Okay.
As
You
I
may ask questions.
As I understand, Mr. Maloney, you want me to ask questions. So,
Correct.
let me first state that we are not what I would consider totally opposed to this project. We are concerned. And we are concerned because of some major issues which Jessica did a very nice job responding to. I thank you. However, my first question still goes back to the parking. And my question is probably more for the Planning Commission right now than it is for them.
This is for the...
You want me to ask
for them.
them? Okay. If this property should change hands,
Please speak into the microphone.
if this property should change hands, and if the Planning Commission allowed for the variance of the parking, the land bank properties or parking spots that you show would suddenly create a constant asphalt look to that entire property. My concern would be that that could create additional and severe flooding for Lakeside. We cannot afford to have flooding where it hasn't been before. So my question to you is, if this property should change, rather than land banking the property, and I heard Steve's comment, your attorney, I understand it's more costly, but I would like to find out if you could investigate doing a double-decker parking facility to the east of the property. Therefore, you're within what the Village of Wheeling is asking for, and you're helping us so that for the future, should this property change, and I understand you don't think it would, but God knows we didn't think we were going to have a 1,000-year flood just 3 years ago either, as many of the village staff is well aware of. So I'm asking, is that something that you could take a look at much more seriously, regardless of the financial hardship that it would bring to Phil Haven?
Would someone come up and respond?
Great idea. Yes, we can research it. The truth is, obviously, we engineer to it. We don't think about it because we're so confident we're not going to need the parking. Okay. But I think that's actually an excellent idea, is to research that should the commission or the village trigger that additional parking be constructed, we will definitely price it. I think that's a great idea. I don't know the code backwards and forwards, so we'll have to check and make sure that's allowed, unless Andrew wants to give me the nod right now. But we will definitely research it, and I think that's a great idea, so thank you.
Thank you. Second question. All of this is based on the fact that, and I'm sure Mr. Ferrero probably and Kevin Gray is more familiar with this, the property right now states that 50% of the water fall off should go to Hintz and 50% should go to us. The idea of them using some kind of stormwater detention underground or whatever is wonderful. I think that's great. My concern is that when I saw, and I don't know which one it is, Andrew, maybe you can go back to it, one of the previous schematics showed an awful lot of storage at the south end of their property and very little going across the north. Now, if there's a way to connect the two, that's great. But we have Manhard Consulting. I have Brian Johnson here tonight, who I would very much like to request, if it's all right with the Philhaven Group, to please share their plans with Manhard Consulting so that we know that whatever they're planning on doing is not going to create more stormwater runoff into our little tiny Lake 3, which can't hold it. It's not going to happen. And that would create suddenly, just so you know, over 30 homes that suddenly could receive floodwater that haven't in the 40 years that we've been at Lakeside Villas. And those homeowners would not be real pleased with this development if that happened. And if I can request that Manhard gets an opportunity to review all the design and documents, particularly the stormwater, and provide common sense suggestions to Philhaven on the volumetric control, that would be of great comfort to us. We will pay Manhard to do this work, not asking you guys to do it.
Let me
like to see that
make it a little easier for you. These are public records, and I believe that he can come in and probably with Mr. Gray and with the people from Philhaven go over them.
That'd be great.
Thank you.
And he's brought his business cards to share with you guys.
Actually works with some of his bosses already, probably.
Good, then you know where we're coming from. Okay. A couple of homeowners have, we're going to combine a couple of these comments. I don't need to take the whole time up for the planning commission. You mentioned in your email that you sent that the fencing would occur across the north end and the west end, okay? And do you have some idea how high that fencing would be?
I believe code requires a 6-foot fence, which is what we intend to comply with.
I just didn't know what you were dealing with. Okay. And then in terms of the lighting, and I know that Kevin. Yeah. There you are. Nice. Mentioned the style of the lighting, and that if the land banking wasn't going back there, then the lighting would only be what was closer to the building for emergency use for the fire department, correct? And it would be lower landscape lighting then across, which would mean that if that happens, then we wouldn't ask you to do any kind of lighting study, because I don't think that would be necessary.
Excellent.
Okay? All right. And the last part was, and we're constant with this, we've already spent over $15,000 on the trees at the north end of their property and the south end of ours, trimming them, getting rid of dead wood, getting rid of a branch that almost fell on one of my homeowners' patios last year because of the storms. And we're asking that you put that in your
I'm sorry, Ms.
proposal.
Rangel, could you speak into the microphone a little bit closer?
That you
please?
put that
Sorry.
in your proposal or whatever the heck they have to do, I don't know, so that on a very definite yearly basis, this is checked and taken care of. We have to do our landscaping. We just want them to do theirs so that we're not paying for theirs. Is that agreeable?
No objection.
Okay. The last thing is sort of a combo thing, and we need you to be able to tell us for our own comfort, okay? You're mentioning it's a very independent housing type of setup for handicapped and mentally ill individuals. That's fine. I come to you as a special ed teacher and as a mother that has 2 special ed special needs children, one of which is a homeless child who is schizophrenic and is not somebody that would be able to live in an independent housing setup. So my question to you is regarding screening and staffing. I understand staffing is limited because you guys feel that they don't need that much staff members. Now, I was not at the informational meeting, and I was a little surprised when I was told it was part-time staffing that is not there 7 days a week. Is that correct?
That's actually not correct.
Okay, so what is the staffing?
We have what we consider a live-in residential, can you guys hear me? We have what we consider a live-in residential support specialist, so there is actually staff on site 24 hours a day. The truth is, if they sleep at night, unless there's an emergency. I mean, they're not, checking people's doors by any means, because the screening process requires that we're getting people that can live independently.
And not being a lockdown facility?
Absolutely not. I mean, this is really a response, if we look at the way the policy has trended over the past 50 years, we've resulted in this community-based housing opportunities, because many people with disabilities don't want to live in an institution. They don't want to live in an IMD or a nursing home because they don't need it. It's more restrictive than they need. They want the same things we all need. They want relationships. They want to live in the community where their family lives. They want jobs. They want community shopping opportunities. And so this is the housing model that has resulted from beneficial policy trend changes. So yes, the screening process makes sure that we have people that qualify to live independently, that meet all of our standards. We do felony background checks. We screen out all sex offenders as well as violent felonies in our entire portfolio, because there's certain behaviors that we're just not willing to deal with for the long haul. But our goal is to find people who just need that one little hand due to their disability to stay independent.
Okay. That sounds like something that I think my residents...
We can't hear you.
We can't hear you.
I think my residents would be more pleased if they understood that, perhaps even from the informational meeting, because it was something that came up. And, well, I told you my background, so I don't need to go into that. Okay, I think that's all the questions that we have.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. You swear everything you're about to tell us is the truth?
I do.
And your name?
I'm Nancy Cowger, and I live at 1538 Heather Court in Wheeling.
Thank you. And your questions?
I have a question about the parking lot. There's material available where you're not pouring concrete. It absorbs the rainwater more, so you wouldn't have anywhere near as much runoff. It's a serious problem over there at Lakeside with flooding almost on an annual basis. But they have these pavers, and I don't know what you call them, but they're almost maintenance-free from what I understand, but they absorb the water, if that's something that you could consider.
Could someone come up and answer? We can't record shaking of heads.
COWGER.
All right. We have considered looking at something like that. The impervious pavers is what they're called. There are characteristics that are important to understand, is that the pavers actually need to, once the water goes through them, the ground underneath it needs to be able to absorb it. Otherwise, it's a futile process. So currently, what's going on is the surface, there's a lot of clay on the surface, which doesn't absorb water very well. So if we were to put pervious pavers in, the water's going to go through the paver and hit the clay and then just stop, essentially rendering them useless. So in this particular site with these particular sort of ground conditions, we don't believe that they're necessarily beneficial. We are open to them if we can make them, as we get further into design, if they are proven to be possible, to be beneficial to the site. We are considering them, but at this time it just does not seem like that's a likely benefit. Digging deeper to get past the clay is a possibility, but that doesn't help with pavers. So I understand your question, and we have used them in other applications, but this just does not seem to be a good use of them.
Thank you.
Thank you. Show of hands, someone else? Yes, sir. I'm sorry? Yes. You swear everything you're about to say is the truth?
I do. Jack Caldwell, 1008 Kenilworth, and we're here in Wheeling.
Thank you. And your questions?
I had a big long list, but it's narrowed down after hearing some of the comments. My questions are, remember the movie Follow the Money? Who is going to own this? It's not clear to me. As far as I can see, it's Alexian Brothers. Now the question is, if that is, according to my research, a Catholic nonprofit organization, does that mean that that facility will not be able to be taxed? Another question that
Let's
I
go
have.
one at a time, Jack.
The project will be owned through a limited partnership with the tax credit investors as well as DeVary Development Group as the general partner. Alexian will not be an owner. We are not a nonprofit, so we are not exempt from property taxes, and we will pay property taxes.
Thank you. Would the residents be able to leave the facility on escort? Now, the reason why I asked the question, on McKinley Road here in town, we have a nursing home facility taking care of Alzheimer's patients. Will your patients or clientele be locked in or supervised?
No, this is an independent living environment for people that will definitely leave their homes, go to their jobs, go shopping consistently. It's not a supervised type of medical facility such as a memory care or a nursing home.
In the past, some of the nursing facilities, I use that term kind of loosely because it's more difficult to make it more specific for this petitioner. We used to have quite a few medical 911 calls, which was a drain on the services and the money of the village. Have you anticipated the number of 911 calls?
I've got all these answers. Actually, statistically, permanent supportive housing reduces emergency responder calls by almost 80%. That has to do with the fact that our staff is there to respond to things before they become critical emergencies. So we anticipate that, if anything, the village will see a reduced impact on emergency responder calls based on what would happen if someone was living independently without the benefit of social services.
My last question, I'm not sure, would be answered by the petitioner, but possibly by one of the members that sits before me. I took a look at the village comprehensive plan. I can see nothing in the comprehensive plan that promotes such a facility as we're considering tonight. Is that correct? Anno Jennings?
The village comprehensive plan, I believe, shows, and I can cover this later. I don't know if you...
You can answer.
The comprehensive plan shows open space with an asterisk on it of potential open space to be looked at. The property was rezoned for multifamily housing on a review of the comprehensive plan suitability for open space back in 2006. So while the comp plan does show that the rezoning of this considered that several years ago.
That wasn't quite it, but thank you very much.
I tried.
Yes, ma'am.
Sitting here listening to this,
One moment.
Oops.
Your name and address, please.
I shall do. Promise.
Swear to tell everything the truth. All right. Your name and address, please.
Judy Williamson, 1427 Bayside Lane in Wheeling.
Thank you.
I'm about the middle of that picture on the north side.
Okay.
That's where my house is. And my concerns are, my house has never, thank God, flooded. It's come up to the front of our driveway. I've lived there for 30 years. We're original owners, and we have never flooded. We look back out on that field, well, it's a field right now. We look back out on that field at times, and there are huge puddles of water sitting in that field. Also, the water we are lower than the front of the development where they're going. So my concern is really, that is a big concern of mine. I mean, I don't want to, after 30 years, and knowing that it's never coming to me, thank goodness, I don't want water. I really don't want water. My other concern is, if you have the parking all the way across the back, I'm not going to see because it's going to be 6 feet, I'm not 6 feet tall, but my concern is the lighting. I sleep in the back. My bedroom's there. I don't want to be kept awake by these lights,
I'm sorry, could you speak into the microphone?
I don't want to be kept awake by lights in the back. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I'll respond to the second piece, and then maybe I'll have Kevin talk again about standing water. Our petition is that we're not going to build that parking. So it sounds like you're supporting our variance request.
I'm supporting your variance with her idea of a double-decker parking.
Well, so keep in mind, there's the land banking proposal, which is let's leave green, not concrete. Then there's working out the triggers that would someday allow the landscaping, or excuse me, the land banking to be triggered. We've had success working this out in other villages. You know, it has to do with uses changing. You know, all of a sudden something changes and there's 50 cars and the village can say, you know, we're having traffic problems, et cetera, et cetera. So at this stage of this approval, I would anticipate we're not drafting that. I would anticipate by the time we come back for final engineering, we will propose a specific land banking covenant, which would be recorded with the property, which would detail the specific items that would trigger the development of that parking. So we can get into those details, I think, later in the process, but we're here tonight to ask that we not build that parking. And I think that logistically, probably the way that would work best is it would be a condition of approval when we get to final engineering, is that part of that land banking covenant is that should the village someday trigger the additional 100, whatever it is, 80 spots to be built, that we consider going vertical rather than filling the site. And that's something that we're open to, and we'll continue talking to Andrew about that. I'll let Kevin talk about standing water.
I mean, you got to understand, I've lived there 30 years, and I've walked through flood water this high. So I'm really concerned. I know a lot of people.
Maybe Kevin doesn't need to speak. I mean, I can just say as a homeowner myself, I certainly understand not wanting water anywhere near your property.
Right. Well,
it is our goal to only improve your situation, and we don't believe so far that anything we're proposing will do anything except improve the conditions. The truth is right now there's no plan for water, so it hangs out. We're proposing a plan that will tell the water where to go, when to go, and how to go. And we believe that by doing that, we will be helping the situation.
Well, you have to, because you're taking up land with the building.
That's right.
And so that's not going to be able to hold the water under the building, you know.
Which is why we're adding the vaults, which is why we restrict the flow off of the site. It's why we pay engineers to figure these things out.
The big bucks, right?
That's why you pay, man. I mean, you know, that we want to fix this problem. We want to be good neighbors to Lakeside, as well as our neighbors to the south. You know, there are some people here from the south, but it is our goal as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. See.
Can I ask one more question real quick? I teach special ed, okay? And
Speak into the microphone,
I teach
please.
special education, and I just want to know approximately what you have, other than your person sleeping there, what kind of staff do you have?
Maybe I'll finally get to introduce my partner, Mitch Bresky. Take some of the heat off me. So we have standard property management type of staff. So we've anticipated 2 leasing types of clerks, in addition to a maintenance technician and a building engineer. In addition to that, we will have case managers that rotate throughout the building to provide the services as needed to the residents. We anticipate approximately 3 to 4 full-time case managers. Obviously, case managers work random hours because they want to be there when people get home from work. They work weekends to make sure they're there when residents need them. But that's the anticipated staffing load.
Okay, thank you. Now I'm done.
Thank you. Lady in red. You swear everything you're about to tell us is the truth?
Yes, sir.
And your name and address?
My name is Kathy Clementi, 1203 Woodview Drive in Prospect Heights. I do have a few concerns. I was wondering if I can address the flooding, the water retention on the property again.
Yes.
I did want to mention that I've been in the construction business for 22 years. My parents have owned a construction company for 34, so I'm a little bit familiar, or a lot familiar with the underground storage tanks. How is the water going to be released once the tanks are filled up? How will you know that they're filled up, and how will they be released, the water onto Hintz Road? Because my problem is, where my house is now, my backyard is the retention. And ever since they did the townhomes on Cornell, which is right behind me, they took away all the weeping willow trees, and the retention fills up almost every rainfall, where before it would probably fill up, oh my gosh, probably like once every 3 years. So I'm concerned about the water running onto Hintz Road into our subdivision. Right now, our culverts, our sewer system, and the retention that I hold for the 38 homes in the subdivision is like a flowing river. So again, my question is, how will you know the tanks are full, and when will they be released, and how will they be able to hold, how will they be able to keep up with the rainfall since there's not a lot of grass area left?
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, so what happens when the water drains into, Andrew, could you go to the next slide? I think it is. It's got the pipes and the, yeah, so what's happening is there a series of collection drains, catch basins, storm drains. Water is collected in those, and then it's directed to one of the vaults on the site. That the vault is below grade, it fills up, and it has what's called a restrictor on it, which is really a smaller pipe that discharges out, in the Hintz Road case, Andrew, that's right above the H. There's a release point, so water's going out of that pipe, and it's entering the storm sewer system in Hintz Road. That pipe is reduced in size. It has either a restrictor plate or it's a smaller pipe that holds the water on the site in the vaults at a restricted rate. So in the first rainfall that enters the system, it'll start draining out slowly, but as the rainfall intensity increases and there's a lot more rainfall coming in and entering it, that vault will start filling up because it's only releasing out at a slower or reduced rate. So that's the theory behind what's going on. Whether they're one or two vaults, the principle is the same.
And it releases into the storm sewer system, not into the street.
That's correct. It's discharging it into the existing storm sewer pipe in Hintz Road, in that case there.
And how many vaults are you going to have on the property? Just one vault to hold the water?
Currently, the plan at this point in time is to have two vaults, one that's connected to the discharge point to the north and one's connected to the discharge point to the south. We are looking at ways to combine those and have one release rate, one point of release. But at this point, it's a matter of finding places to put them on the site that are conducive to them filling up where the water gets into it and then releasing them out. So as we work forward through final engineering, should this process continue, we would look at ways of value engineering the design so that we end up with the optimum design meeting engineering staff's approval.
Okay, I guess speaking from the community, I just don't feel comfortable with the plan right now to hold the amount of water, considering that how much water we get in our subdivision, how there's no retention anywhere around the area. So I'm just really concerned about the amount of rainfall coming in and it going into the ground to even get to the tanks, because there's not much land with the building and the parking to actually get into the tank even.
All right, that's another question. Tell them how it gets into the tank, please.
Well, I know it gets into the tank from the ground, but there's not going to be much ground to absorb it.
So what's happening is that's a storm sewer pipe that's collecting water. Each of those black dots on there are drains. The water's going into those, through the drains, into the pipes, and those pipes all enter the vault. The vault is typically, in this case, we're looking at a 5-foot deep vault, which means that it's 5 foot of clear space below grade, atop, and then the surface that, in this case, we have a parking lot on top of it. So that the water will drain into that vault and fill it up, and that's where the water is going. So it's not being released out into the site, and then it gets released out at a reduced rate. So what we're actually doing is it's about how many cubic feet or how many gallons of water we're going to be holding on the site, and that's determined by how quickly we can release it. So it's a mathematical calculation to determine how much storage we need. We figure out how to put it in there, and we only release it out based upon the size of the pipe. And the villages has requirements that dictate the size of that pipe. Does that answer your question?
Mm-hmm. I also think that it would be a good idea for the village to relook at the issue that the other lady brought up about the pavers that absorb the water and digging deeper below that clay, because I know for a fact that once the project's done, it's going to be done, and if there's a water problem or a flooding problem, and once that water starts running off Hintz Road, a lot of us got flooded this year. The water came in our subdivision so fast that it actually broke through window wells. So I think it would be a good idea for the village of Wheeling to look into digging deeper, digging that clay out, removing the clay. Like I said, as a contractor, I'm also do trucking. We haul out clay. We have a lot of contractors that we work for that are digging deeper now to remove that clay because of the flooding issues. So I think that would be a good idea. My other question is, what type of the material is the is being used? The type of fabrication? Is it recycled material? What type of fabrication is it?
For the exterior of the building, we are required for IDA projects to use Energy Star roofing, and that is a product that meets that criteria. The masonry and the stone is not a recycled material. In order to do that for the sake of sustainable design, that is typically more an interior finish product goal to use recycled products in the finishes on the inside. And other than that, we can't speak to that at this point, but we could provide more information if needed. We haven't designed the entire building from inside to the inside out.
So the outside's concrete. It's all concrete material because it looks like a
Well, it's brick.
fabricated.
It's brick, and it's cast stone, or it's sometimes known as architectural precast. And the other material is a cement fiber board. It's an alternative to natural wood siding. It's more durable, and it comes pre-finished. So what our goal is a paint-free building, which should endure more and require less maintenance over time.
Do you know how long it lasts before it needs maintenance?
The warranty on this particular product that is displayed there, I believe, is 10 years or 20. I don't know exactly, but it's significant, has a significant warranty for it, and that is for the finish on it, the color.
Thank you. Can I ask another question?
You can ask a question, yes,
thank
not
you.
a statement, please.
This is for the landscaping company. I was just wondering if before the project began or got approved, if there was more specifics. It doesn't seem like there's really enough beautification going on here. There's, a lot of we're going to, have flowering bushes and we're going to have this. My concern is the exact amount of trees that are going to be kept, since they are so old and they're full-grown trees. It's just a real concern that there's not specifics to which trees are being taken down and what are you going to replace with the ones that are taken down? Is there a specific plan right now? Hi, how are you?
Fine. Well, actually, the first thing we would do when we go ahead, what's shown here are the trees that are coming out, are the trees that we know absolutely have to come out in terms of putting in the building. But the next step, when this all begins, would be to go and, with an arborist, go through everything and assess what things are dead, unhealthy, what things have to be pruned, what things absolutely have to come out, particularly along the borderline, and then in addition to what has to come out for the building. So that would be the next, or the beginning step, I would say.
So, right now, how many trees are you proposing to take out on the site?
I have my numbers now, but we actually had that written down. 30 of them, yeah.
30. Do you know how many are on the property now?
I think they were like 120 or something. There's a 92.
There's 142 on the plan, existing trees on the site.
Thank you.
It notes that 50 will be removed, and out of the 92 that would be preserved, 32 are in the path of the land bank parking area.
Thank you.
Oh, no, that's okay. I just feel that that's a big concern. I feel that's a concern of the environment, taking down that many trees, considering the location, that there's not a lot of trees. In the village of Wheeling took down a substantial amount of willow trees that were on Cornell to build those townhomes and replaced with small trees.
Yeah, absolutely. Our goal is not to remove trees if we don't have to, but
Could you speak into the microphone, please?
Sorry, the goal is not to remove trees if we don't have to. It's to remove trees that are unhealthy or in the way of the building or parking, so on.
Right, but that's my point. You're going to remove trees because of the parking and the building. Yeah.
But, I mean, we're also going to be planting more trees and as I had mentioned earlier, putting in trees back along the perimeter, adding in evergreens to fill in holes where trees come out, and then planting around the parking lot and around the building.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Your name and address.
Hi, my name is Dave Becker. I own Wheeling Auto Center at 2430 East Hints Road. It's Arlington Heights, but it's incorporated in Wheeling.
You swear everything you're about to tell us is the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, I own the business and the property directly to the east of this proposed site. I'm concerned with the parking plan. I don't know if you can go back to that original overhead view. It's an actual overhead picture. There you go. I own the property right there on the east. They're proposing a parking lot directly next door adjacent to my property. And as you can see, my property right now is got a lot of traffic on it. I keep 2 people on staff full time that move cars back and forth so that we have parking spots available for our customers. I'm fearful with the limited parking that they have that the most logical place for people to park when their lots are full is in my lot. And I can't handle 2 parked cars, unattended parked cars. At certain points during the day, that's going to severely affect my business. I guess my first question is going to be about the residents. How can you be so sure that they don't have cars?
It's based on looking at existing portfolios of similar developments. So the parking study analyzed, I believe, approximately 8 similar developments across the state. We also have other projects that we now operate where consistently, when you check on a weekend, an evening, a week morning, any time of the week, there's a scattering of cars for the amount of residents that we have living in the development. So it's based on operational history as well as the portfolio of other developers that do similar housing types.
So what other kind of facilities are like this? Because you said that this was one of the first of the facilities you guys are building?
In Northwest Cook County.
Okay.
We have several in the city. We have one in Peoria. There's ones that were analyzed on the west side of the state in the Quad Cities, Springfield.
And you had mentioned that these residents are coming from a facility called an IMD?
No, what I had said is that this is a housing type that was by policy created so that people would not have to live in IMDs. It creates an alternative housing model for people that want to live independently rather than in a more restrictive lockdown type of facility.
So some of these residents are coming from IMDs?
Well, I don't believe so, no, because if they need to live in an IMD, they wouldn't qualify to live in our development.
Okay, but how about the people, you said earlier that there's people that are living in IMDs that want to move out of the IMDs into facilities and live on their own. Isn't that what this exists for?
In part, if there's someone who's inappropriately housed in an IMD and they actually only require independent living rather than restrictive, they might be interested in a development like this.
I was just curious what an IMD is.
Illinois Medical District is the term. It's nursing homes.
Okay. I was under the understanding it was Institute for Mental.
Oh, You're right. That is correct. That's what IMD stands for.
Institute for Mental Disability?
Mental disabilities, yes.
Yeah, okay. So people there, are there physicians there that are overseeing them, taking them and saying that they're well enough to move out into the community?
That's right, as well as our own assessment. If someone presented as such, then we would be working with their previous landlord, AKA the IMD, to see what it was that they felt qualified them for independent living rather than monitored.
Okay, so the people that will be moving into Philhaven, are they currently employed?
We anticipate some will, not all. One of the largest social services that we provide to our residents is vocational training and access. So one of the main things we do is help people either stay in school or in jobs or else find access to those opportunities.
So that we're going to have a large portion of the residents are going to be unemployed, searching for work in the area?
It's hard to know exactly. We anticipate some will be unemployed. Some people's disabilities don't allow them to work. Some people's disabilities make it harder for them to find work. So one of the main goals that we have is to be their assistants and their advocate to help them find employment.
Okay, so we're going to have residents there that are unable to work?
Some might be.
Okay, how would they be unable to work? I mean, what are their disabilities that are causing them?
I'll now finally introduce Mitch Bresky, who will respond to that question.
Mitch Bresky, Kenneth Young Center. I already swore that I'd tell the truth. First of all, the vast majority, less than 10%, would ever be part of a person who had been in an IMD. So it's a very few handful. Secondly, we're going to be very careful about the kind of people that we want to live here, and they have to be independent. They have to be able to live on their own. Some work, some don't. You asked the question about what would prevent them from working. They might hear voices and not be able to hear direction. They might be too depressed to get up at a certain time. But those are things that we work on, and they improve.
Okay, so these patients are hearing voices or are too depressed to go out and work, and that there's no care on site for them? Full-time care?
They don't need full-time care.
Okay, so they're just living in their house and hearing voices?
You can hear voices and function in the community.
Okay.
You can hear voices in parked cars.
This all goes down to my concern with the parking is we're bringing in residents that currently aren't working. They're going to be looking for work. Once they find, so you're saying these people are going to find work?
Yeah, not all residents will be looking for work. Some will have work already.
Okay, so they're already working.
Yeah.
So won't they aspire to own cars? Isn't that the natural progression of freedom?
I can't answer that question. I think that it's not out of the question that some will own cars, but that's why there's 65 spaces. And even if everyone owned a car, and they will not, there's enough spaces for everyone who lives there to have a car and the staff that are there. Shouldn't affect you at all. In fact, we're worried about the people parking from your side on ours.
I don't do that now?
Well, we won't do that either, I guarantee you.
I'm curious to know, we've got 50 residences with 1, 2, and 3 bedroom apartments. How many people would be living on site?
I don't have that math specific. Occupancy loads are 1 for 1s, probably 2 realistically for the 2s, and then families of 3 or 4 for the 3 bedrooms. So I didn't do that math ahead of time, but I wanted to point out, relating to your question about everyone getting cars eventually, this is an income-restricted property. So most likely our folks, because they will live on limited incomes, even with jobs, they will not afford the cars. And so that's why it's critical that we have access to public transportation. If they do incredibly well, what we find is people want to move on because they want to live totally independently.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do I see hands? Yes.
Good evening.
Swear everything about to tell us is the truth?
I will.
Name and address.
Sherry Hickey, 1215 Woodview Drive in Prospect Heights. I live directly across. You can kind of see the bottom right corner is most likely my backyard. So I'm extremely close to this proposed project. And I just want to get a little bit more understanding. I'm hearing differing types of ideas as to on-site staff. Can you tell me the 24/7 type of individual that will be on staff that, yes, will sleep? I did understand that. Are they licensed professionals?
No.
So
the live-in support staff person is not a clinical social worker by any means. They're there to help with emergency responders, and obviously in an emergency situation, their role is to quickly access the case managers and any additional emergency responders that would be necessary.
And what kind of training have they received for this?
It's a job description that we hire carefully for, so it's someone that has familiarity with working with a disabled population, familiarity with residential life, what it means to be in someone's home and access them in their homes.
And what is the age requirement for that?
I don't think we have an age requirement.
So it could be an 18-year-old who really has not had the opportunity to know what to do?
No, because then they wouldn't qualify for the job because they wouldn't have the necessary work experience.
So, and what other licensed professionals are on staff there? I know you said a custodian and some
Right, I'll go through it
people.
again, no problem.
Please.
We have 2 property management types, leasing clerks that are there standard business hours.
And what does a leasing clerk mean?
That means standard property management, work orders, collecting the rent, making sure the building is operating well.
Okay, so a Monday through Friday, 9 to 5 type position.
We have, in addition, 2 maintenance types, more like a building engineer if the elevator breaks, as well as a janitor type of position. We will probably use third-party contractors for things like landscaping and snow removal. And then in addition, there will be 3 to 4 case managers that work on the social service delivery and helping people access social services.
Again, Monday through Friday, 9 to 5?
They work actually longer hours than that. I was saying before that they respond evening hours, weekends to make sure they're there when residents need them, because if people are working or in school, they want to be flexible to make sure they meet the residents' needs.
Okay, but they are not the only person on staff all the time would be this 24/7 one person who is not a licensed professional.
That's the overnight staffing pattern, yes.
Okay, but then the other people involved, I'm not getting a clear picture of really how many individuals will be here to end up helping a 50-unit type of facility. They want to be independent, but I don't think we're completely satisfied with your explanation of the individuals allowed to live in this type of situation.
Maybe I can speak to
Sure.
that. Those are the licensed professionals that are trained and are used to dealing with these people. There probably will be 3 of them.
Okay.
They have experience. None of them are 18. They probably have master's degrees.
Okay.
So they are, more than likely licensed. Essentially, their job is case management is accessing entitlements and helping people strategize how to best perform in the community. They also provide community support services, which is essentially activities of daily living.
Right.
How to get along with neighbors, how to get along with each other, how to find a job, and how to function in the community.
Okay.
And also the other thing is, just so people don't feel afraid, these are people who have grown up in the community. We're not importing these people from other places. The reason we're building these projects in the northwest suburbs is because there isn't anything like this, and there are people with this problem in the northwest suburbs.
Okay. Going back to some of the questions, I know you mentioned that individuals who are sex offenders or have had violent behaviors are not allowed, but how will you monitor the development to ensure that the additional people living in the units are also not those type of individuals? Like if they're living as like a companion or something like that with...
If they're living with a companion, we are going to screen them too.
Okay, so everyone
who lives there is screened.
Okay, and how do you monitor that? Is that the case manager's role?
It's a dual role, both the property managers and the case managers.
Okay.
Both of them.
Okay. And what short of a felony would constitute unacceptable behavior for acceptance?
Can you say that again?
Oh, okay. Some of these questions are from other neighbors that are in our subdivision. What was posed to me was what short of a felony would constitute unacceptable behavior for acceptances to living in this type of proposed project?
There's a lot of things, I guess, which is why I didn't know quite how to answer that. Repeat offenders would most likely be turned down. To answer that question more specifically, I mean, we're screening to make sure we have residents that are going to benefit our development. So the way that the admissions or, ability to access be admitted and be able to sign a lease, the way that works is we're looking for who's going to benefit our community, who's going to be a neighbor to the people within the development, build up the sense of community, not harm it in any way. So it's a lot of things we look for. I don't know that I could answer that there's any one additional specific type of activity that we're looking for. I did want to say, as part of our financing structure, we monitor files annually. We do housekeeping inspections at least quarterly. So it's guaranteed that all tenant files are monitored and audited annually.
That's it?
Well, that's income verifications, rerunning background checks. We're in their homes. The case managers are working with them on a regular basis.
What is regular basis?
Weekly. Daily if needed. That's in much excess of what normal independent R4 multifamily developments do. So we're definitely in compliance with all multifamily types of housing developments. We exceed that by working with our residents to look at their broader life patterns.
And, I might add that one of the things that's important...
Could you come to the microphone, please, if you're going to speak?
Just to add, one of the things that's important for us, as it is for you, is we're looking for residents who are going to be good neighbors. We want people who not only need this service, but also are going to benefit from it. So we're not looking for people to cause problems. That's part of the screening that we take into account. So in that sense, we're aligned.
Okay. Given the density of the new development, has additional fire and police services been factored into the development and associated costs?
We're actually under density permitted within the existing zoning for the site, so we're reducing what's previously been approved. And like I said, statistically, we will reduce the impact on emergency responders, not increase it.
With that one person who's 24/7 and not licensed?
Well, no, what I told you was that we have a total of 7 or 8 staff members, and the goal is...
Usually you get 911 calls mainly Monday or Friday through like Monday morning, Friday night.
Well, I mean, I can't guarantee someone won't have a heart attack. I mean, medical emergencies happen. But when it comes to their disabilities, the point of having access to social services is that they're there knowing our residents so that we see anything before it becomes an emergency type of situation. And that's why the responses go down so significantly. People go to emergency rooms less often, they call 911 less often, and they call the police less often because they have coping mechanisms and services to help them live their lives.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Any other questions?
Not right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board.
Anyone else wish to speak? Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Jason Marikina. I live in 1430 Cornell Court in Wheeling, Illinois.
You swear everything you're about to tell us is the truth?
I do. I just had a question about how this development would affect property values in the area.
Again, all I can speak to is the statistics across the national portfolio. We will be investing over $10 million into this site, and so we've only seen that this will increase property values.
All right.
Well, due to the comments from the crowd, I'll go ahead and expand on that a little bit. The truth is that just because we're providing housing for people with disabilities, it has nothing to do with the quality of the housing. This will be most likely a LEED certified, highly efficient, high quality residential development. And whenever you see an infusion of multi-millions of dollars into a neighborhood, that's what in fact statistics show is that values go up.
Madam? Yes. Woman over there talking. Side, yes. Your name?
My name is Jenny Spallone. I'm a realtor with Coldwell Banker in Buffalo Grove, and I live in Buffalo Grove at 324 Anthony Road.
You swear everything you're about to tell us is the truth?
I do.
Okay, your question is?
Just a comment about the
You have
value.
a question?
Oh, I was just going to answer what he was talking about, his concern.
No, we're not doing that. That can come later and under comments.
I mean, I'm leaving after this, but I just wanted to say that because it is so beautiful, you know, from the outside, it's only going to enhance that block, because when you go down Hintz Road right now, it's not going to make property values go up by any means, but it's not going to decrease them. It's going to be lovely to look at. The question that I did have to ask was, and I taught special education for many years myself, I just wanted to know if the residents in the units are going to have activities, supervised activities at all during the day. For example, if they don't work, will they be wandering around the area, or how will that work? Just curious.
The expectation is that all residents have some sort of day plan, so they're not going to be wandering. They're either going to be working or, you know, in a treatment program, or have some going to school. They'll have some day structure. I mean, we really want them to be normal members of the community.
And just last, I did want to just make a comment. We have a group home on the corner of Anthony and Cambridge right now with young autistic adults. And at first the community was like, oh my God, what's this going to be like? It's a single family home. It works out beautifully. They have a bus that takes the people to work every day or to school, what needs be, come home at night. And the people that are taking care of it on a 24-hour basis, like you had mentioned, are not licensed staff members, but folks that are just watching everything to go all right. It's been fine. So I just wanted to share that.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir. Your name and address?
Joe Mario. I live at 1624 East Crabtree Drive in Arlington Heights.
You swear everything you're about to say is the truth?
I do. Who pays for these units?
The bulk of our, I assume you mean on the construction side, the development side?
No, I mean for the residents to live in there. Who pays for the residents to live in there?
Most of our residents pay rent. They pay whatever 30% of their income is, and then we will most likely have several rental subsidy contracts that would bring the rents up to market rate so that we have enough income to operate it at the staff levels we've just discussed. But everyone does pay rent. We anticipate in many of those cases that will be 30% of their SSDI income.
Okay. And as far as the screening process, if something changed, what is the eviction process, or how would that work if someone became a felon once they're living there?
Eviction process is the same as a standard multifamily landlord. We work through the courts to move people out. We have better track records than that, actually, because the truth is when you have this many people involved in your life, as soon as things get difficult, people find that the restrictions become too much and they move on independently. But we utilize the same systems as any other landlord to utilize eviction proceedings.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Hi, Dave Becker again.
You're already sworn in.
Okay. The question that I had is, talking, 7 years ago, if I had come up here and said property values in this area are going to drop by 30 or 40%, and everybody would have laughed me out of here. The scenario of what if there isn't enough residents to fill this unit? How is this unit going to exist? Is their standards going to lower? Are they going to bring in patients that they wouldn't necessarily consider at this hearing?
No. The market, we wouldn't be doing this development if we didn't think that the market data was strong enough. And if anything, it's so strong that we have a very full pipeline to continue these types of developments. Like I said in my opening, there are thousands of households in the market area that need this type of housing. So we feel that there is literally zero risk that we will run out of qualified residents.
Okay, and in the event that a resident doesn't continue paying their rent and starts going through the eviction process and gets evicted, you stated in your presentation that these patients or these residents were coming to these facilities to, I guess, live the American dream and move out on their own and have their own place. If they get evicted, where would they go?
That's a good question. I don't know, because there aren't a whole lot of other opportunities. I would guess that they would go seek independent, landlord opportunities in the community. Some might move back in with family members. They would do what anybody else does that gets evicted from somewhere and have to scramble to find new housing. We do have aftercare types of social services. I mean, we don't want to create homelessness by having to have someone move out of our development, so we would help them find an alternate housing opportunity.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak? Yes, ma'am.
Leslie Springer, 400 Woodview.
You swear everything you're about to tell us is the truth?
Yes. I wanted to inquire about how many 3-bedrooms, how many 2-bedrooms, and how many 1-bedrooms are in the facility.
It's an easy one. The unit mix is 31 1-bedrooms, 13 2-bedrooms, and 6 3-bedrooms.
Are there limitations on how many people can live in these units?
There are occupancy standards. I didn't bring those with me, so unfortunately I don't have them exactly memorized. But I believe that 2 people could live in a 1-bedroom if they're married or related. 4 people could live in a 2-bedroom, and depending on the ages of any children, 5 people could live in a 3-bedroom.
Is it subject to 1 disabled person per unit, or can 5 disabled people live in 1 unit?
That's a good question. We're looking for a disabled head of household is the way that the screening process works. That's what qualifies them for this type of development. Again, it would go to that level of independence. If we had a married couple that both presented with a disability, but we felt that they were qualified to live independently, then they would be eligible for housing.
Within each unit, is there an emergency system that they can communicate to a caseworker or our 24/7 girl?
There is a security system that goes to the front door to buzz in guests and to the property management office. In addition, there are 24-hour hotlines that go to case managers and property managers.
Is that within each unit?
It's not like a buzzer system. It's like a phone number.
So somebody who's hearing voices would have to remember a phone number to call their caseworker?
That's correct.
And there is no other service provided to them? I mean, how is it that the case, first of all, how can you guarantee that a caseworker will be contacted? And number 2, how can you guarantee that these individuals know to call their caseworker if upon something of emergency is needed 24/7? Because, like you said, our lovely little girl who will be helping on site may not even know something's going on because she's asleep.
Yeah, I think that has to do more with the nature of social services and the way that we work with people with disabilities, which is a full-time job. So our goal is to have relationships, like I said, and the truth is that if someone is having a problem, we see those behaviors well before they become a crisis point.
Okay. But with most disabled people who are mentally disabled, you cannot tell when somebody's going to snap.
I'll let Mitch respond to that.
Ma'am, could you please?
We sort of assess snapping. You can tell when people begin to have problems. They are fairly clear about that, and they give messages. People don't really snap, they bend, and they give messages as they're bending.
Again, I didn't quite get an answer to the question of how will you ensure that somebody who is mentally disabled calls a caseworker or reaches out so that they are not an imposition or a threat to their own community?
It's the same as any other resident. There's no way to guarantee anybody's behavior. And so we can't guarantee anyone's behavior. What we do is we monitor that and try to prevent those things. These things happen in the community without housing like this. They happen in homes, they happen, throughout the community already. If there are people attending to the clients on an ongoing basis, they can monitor that, and they're pretty good about anticipating that and seeing what's going on.
But the people who are in your facility have been recognized with this type of a disability, which I bring to the attention that, again, you are not guaranteeing or alleviating any concern from this community that there is a rational emergency system set up in your facility that will not impose a threat or an additional cost to this community.
Mental illness is not a mental disability. These people have the same intelligence level as anyone in this room, and their capacities are the same as anyone in this room.
But again, they are recognized by the state, or however they're going to get subsidized housing, that they are mentally or physically disabled.
I think the recognition by the state is more about their income. They're low income. They have a mental illness. But they're no more dangerous. One of the things that's really important for all of us, I guess I'll frame it in a question rather than what sounds like a statement. People who have a mental illness are absolutely no more dangerous than anybody in this room. That's one of the things that we really have to keep in mind. That a person with a mental illness is more likely to be a victim of a crime than to create a crime. So it's really important for us to kind of keep that frame of reference in mind.
While I appreciate your theory, you still haven't given us any guarantee on how, if some type of threat occurs, an emergency system is developed that will not impose a threat or a cost to the community.
Steve Friedland again for the applicant. I guess I just want to make sure I understand what we're doing. And we really don't mind having a discussion about the use, and certainly I think we're hopefully being direct in answering these questions. But if I understand correctly, the questions are supposed to be relevant to what's before the board. And the board's looking at site plan review, landscaping review, and a variation on parking. And again, I mean, we're happy to continue. I guess I just want to make sure I understand the relevancy of some of the questions before we keep going back and forth and kind of repeating the same thing over and over again.
I'll let my lawyer talk to you.
Relative to site plan review, our village code provides that when assessing a site plan, one of the items that we look at is whether or not the use is appropriate. So these questions are in fact appropriate for that limited purpose. That does fall under site plan review per our code. Okay. It's not just looking at trees and buildings, and it's whether the use is consistent with the intent and purpose of the zoning code.
And again, that's fine. And I don't want to cut it off, but at the same time,
I understand the question. I just wanted to clarify.
Right. No. And again, I think that the notion is that this is multifamily housing, and I know we've said it a number of times, but it just seemed like we were veering off into a different component. So, thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to ask a question? Yes, ma'am. Once again, we're asking a question, not making statements. That comes later. Your name and address, please.
Jacqueline Marikina, 1430 Cornell Court, Wheeling, Illinois.
Do you swear everything you're about to tell us is the truth?
Yes, I do.
May I ask the question?
Sure. My question is, in the email that we received in regards to the previous meeting that we had, there was an stating that in about 15, possibly 30 years, that this facility will no longer be what it's intended for in the short-term plan. So when it turns into a regular multi-housing project, how is the parking going to be affected by then? Because at that point, the parking specifications that were being provided is based on the fact that in other housing similar to what they have in Peoria and Springfield or so forth, that's how many vehicles they have. But when it turns into a regular housing project, how is that going to be affecting the parking?
Three-part answer. When we receive our financing, we commit to keeping this housing as such, as we intend, for a minimum of 50 years. That is recorded on the property through land use
Sorry, did you say
agreements.
50 or 15?
50 is what we
50,
will
thank you.
commit to the state. The reason I've said terms like 15 and 30 is because those are the points at which we can refinance, which means we put money back into the development, rehab the units, but the use remains the same through the recorded land use agreements. In addition to that, in the partnership agreements, when those time periods expire, Kenneth Young, as our nonprofit social service partner, has the right of first refusal to take the building. So either they will take the building and continue it for their mission-related work, or it would have to be continued by another developer that would comply with the land use agreements.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Yeah, I see a hand. You've already been sworn in.
Sorry, this is another question from some emails that we got regarding the flooding. If, for some reason, our subdivision does increase in the water flow and a lot of us do flood and we get more water in our subdivision, then who do we contact? Who's responsible if our houses and our basements get water? Because right now there's only one small retention in the subdivision that's right across from there. So who's responsible? Who do we contact?
Ask Mr. Gray or our attorney.
It depends on who caused the issue. It's going to be a case. I hate to give an answer like that, but it's going to be on a case-by-case basis. Your system could cause a flood. I mean, you just don't know until you take a good look at why something has occurred, and if the drainage was changed in violation of the Illinois drainage laws, it could be the petitioner. It's very difficult to answer that question.
No, I agree with that statement. The problem is most of us have been there, the subdivision has been there over 20 years, and we just recently flooded from not enough land in the area. So now we're going to be taking away more land. So who do we contact when our subdivision starts taking on more water? Is it Wheeling? Is it Prospect Heights? Is it the developer?
I think you got to take a good look at what caused the issue and then make a determination as to who you're going to pursue, if anyone.
Well, we won't really know. I mean, we would have to collectively get an attorney or an engineer and assess the property.
You might, and you might contact everyone. You might contact Wheeling, you might contact Prospect Heights, an engineer, an attorney. It's just really, it's a question that today, with the facts you presented, just is incapable of being answered.
Okay, just two more questions. Another question on the water retention, the tanks underground. Who at Wheeling on the board is going to feel comfortable with the engineer's recommendations on, let's say hypothetically, just doing the asphalt paving parking lot, not digging deep enough to remove clay, not going with the self-absorbent pavers? Do you have your own engineer to look at this stuff?
Sitting right over there.
Okay, so you're
Yeah, I would be the one to review it and approve it.
What is your experience? I mean, how many years?
I've been village engineer for 2.5 years and with the village for almost 7.
Mm-hmm. And how many projects have you been in direct contact with in the village of Wheeling that have a similar situation to this with water retention and just, you know, taking away this much land that's already flooding and building underground storage tanks to hold the water? How many projects have been like this?
Half a dozen, probably half a dozen.
In the village of Wheeling?
Correct. And it's not uncommon to have underground storage tanks, so it's a common practice.
Yeah, no, yeah, I'm familiar with them.
It's actually more expensive to put in underground storage tanks than to have a detention basin or a retention basin.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm familiar with that. I'm just, like I just said, my concern is just the amount of land that's left to absorb that water to even get into the tanks fast enough where it's going to overflow.
You missed the point.
Yeah.
There are catch basins that are going to bring the water into the underground tanks.
Oh, no, I understood that, but there's not, it cannot compensate for the amount of land. I guess my main concern was just that the qualifications of your engineer, you know, being able to handle this type of development. And then my other question was to someone with the Village of Wheeling, if the increased traffic was taken into consideration, considering, you know, like I have a high school student at Wheeling High School, and you're talking about possibly 90 to 100 more vehicles coming out of the lot onto Hintz Road at different times of the day, conflicting with, you know, the high school, which is a big part of our community. So I was just wondering if the Village of Wheeling has someone that has assessed the increase. And I know the property's zoned that way, but just my concern is the increased traffic there, considering I do have a 16-year-old daughter driving.
They should answer that.
Yeah.
Yes, we consider traffic counts. It goes into the parking analysis. 90 to 100, I'm not sure where you heard that number, but we have 65 parking spaces. And like I went through before, we believe that most of those will oftentimes be empty. So actually, the traffic count is expected to be very minimal.
But but there's 2 and 3 bedrooms, which could add another 2 vehicles for the 3 bedrooms and another vehicle. So you could, I mean, you could potentially have all the parking spots fill and the traffic going up and down Hintz Road with the high school
We
close.
could at max have 55 residential parking stickers given out at any moment, which leaves space for staff and guest parking. That's true. So yes, those people will come and go. But again, based on not only our proposal, but the previous proposal that had even higher parking counts, we don't believe that the traffic is enough to change traffic patterns or add anything to Hintz.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other people with?
This is still cross-examination.
Yes, this is still cross-examination. Is there anyone who wishes to speak? With that, I'm going to ask for a 10-minute break. We need to make a motion, do we?
Motion to recess.
Motion to recess. Someone make that?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second. All those in favor?
Aye.
We'll be back in 10 minutes.
Next one, questions? You guys should start. Yeah. I might have. So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded, and all those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Okay.
Nice.
Now, what we're going to do now is cross-examination by staff and by the board here. And then after that, we will have people who are opposed to this to make statements. And before we get to that, I'll outline how that's going to happen. So now I'm going to... Go ahead. Because there has been some new submittals, we're going to have the right to ask questions later. We're probably going to continue this before the night's over, and there's a lot of new material that we have to go over, and we're going to reserve the right of cross-examination for when we reconvene again. Does staff have any questions? Start with Mr. Antor.
Thank you.
These are not statements, these are not questions about what was said.
Correct. I guess the first question for the petitioner is we did get the response yesterday along with the revised site plan with the fire lane, and just curious, one response was that they would address all of the concerns in our review letter that was dated February 21st of this year, and just following up that they do understand the requirements for the hydrants in the water main distribution system around the building, as well as all the other specific fire requirements in that letter.
Would someone come to the microphone and confirm that, or?
Yes, we reviewed all staff comments very thoroughly, and we incorporated them all and plan to respond.
Thank you.
Mr. Gray?
Going back to the stormwater management, in 1980, Mackey Consultants did a stormwater management plan for this area. That's the area that's tributary to Lakeside Villas, and recommended that any new developments would provide detention and only allow a maximum allowable release rate for storm sewer or stormwater at 0.05 CFS, which is a cubic foot per second per acre. That being said, 2.18 acres of this site is tributary to Lakeside. Multiplied by 0.05, it comes out to be 0.11 CFS per acre, and that's going to be the maximum allowable release rate for this site, which is currently reduced from 0.94 CFS. And I just want to make sure that the stormwater is going to be designed that way.
I heard people not quite understanding that question because it's a language we engineers speak. So I understand what Kevin was saying, and we do understand that that's what the requirement is for the development, that we're going to reduce our release rate to what that 1980 study dictated. Understand that today it's completely unrestricted, so all the water that lands on the site when that 2.18 acres flows to the north into a catch basin and into Lakeside Villas, and it is our plan and we are agreeing with the requirement of the village to restrict that in such a way so that we are releasing less water to the north to Lakeside Villas. So we're in agreement with that.
That's all I have.
Thank you. Our village attorney?
Yes, thank you. A couple of questions. The 3 or 4 case managers you mentioned that are going to be on site, who will employ them? I read your submittals, and it looks like Alexian Brothers and the Kenneth Young Center would be providing services. Could someone come up and let us know who will employ those social work or case workers?
The plan is for the Alexian Center to provide those case managers. Okay. We're just a backup in case they don't do it. So you have a double, it's kind of, we're the catch basin.
All right, and that's, you said three, I think you mentioned?
Yes.
And are they social workers?
Yes.
And possibly master degreed social workers? What hours during the week, Monday through Friday, will they be present? I know we heard that it's probably more than 8 hours. Do you have a sense of what hours they're going to be present
I think
on a daily basis?
They certainly don't work a 9-to-5 schedule, so it really depends on when the clients can be available, and if necessary, they work evenings or work Saturdays. So it really it's based on client work schedule and their schedule.
Can you describe for the commission, because I don't think it was perfectly clear, what kinds of services the social workers, or the caseworkers, I keep wanting to say social workers, caseworkers will provide on site?
Essentially what they're doing is, the primary job is case management, which both connects them with other services and coordinates those services, and community support services, which essentially gives them training to do activities of daily living in the community.
Will your caseworkers provide counseling services to your residents?
They could.
Okay, will they provide job training services to your residents?
They will.
Substance abuse counseling possibly?
If necessary.
Okay, and when you say they're a connection to other services, I take that to be county or state type services?
That, and also if they need physician services, there's not going to be physician services on site, so making appointments, making sure they go to those appointments, getting medication, those kinds of things.
Will you be bringing in, or the caseworkers bring in, service programs to the facility? In other words, will they bring in other professionals to work with your residents at the facility?
Probably not.
Okay.
I don't foresee that.
And how do you determine which of your residents are in need of the caseworker services?
Good question. Before people sign a lease, we do a comprehensive assessment about what it is they need and what services, whether what they're offering is what they present is what we have. And another element that just struck me is that, keep in mind, this has to be a disability neutral site by law. And there could be people with physical disabilities that don't even have a mental health problem. I just talked to someone who called this week who has cerebral palsy, and he said, are there going to be, handicap accessible units? And I said, absolutely. I said, many of the residents may have a mental illness. Is that a problem for you? He said, no problem at all. I just want to live in a good place. So it really, it will be a mixed, it's a disability neutral program.
And is it a requirement of your residents per the lease that they meet with the caseworkers on a regular basis, or is it purely up to them?
It's not a requirement, but I can say that we're pretty good at engaging people. Look at how nice I am.
I agree with that. And with payment of the lease terms and residing in the facility, are your residents entitled to all the services that the caseworkers provide?
Yes.
Okay. That's all that I have. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now we'll go to the commission and remind you that we are cross-examining. We're not bringing up other subjects. We're following up on what's already been said. I'll start with Commissioner Dorband.
Oh dear, my computer just shut down the minute you said that. Well, I can remember one of my questions while it's loading. I guess I'm not sure who to address this to as far as the number of units. The first question I have is you've said that you're going to have 31 one-bedroom units and 13 two-bedroom, and then 6 three-bedrooms, excuse me. My question is that in looking at the plans, these seem very small. I mean, I don't see much kitchen space where people can eat in them. I don't see a lot of that. I don't see, some of the bedrooms are extremely small. So I guess my question is, and my concern is, that if by chance this would cease to use this or need this, then, and it would go on to another purchaser, and I would find it very difficult to sell these units or to rent them. I mean, they are extremely small. I mean, some of them you'd be hard pressed to get much more than a bed and a dresser in them. So I guess my question is, basically the size of these units just seems too small for whatever, whether it's your use or another use.
They actually exceed code. All the units exceed code, and they're very much in line or larger than our existing portfolio, which we've had no problems leasing. One of the pieces of this broad picture that we don't have yet is our third-party market analysis, which will look at the comps in the area to determine what the neighboring rental stock is like and what the square footages of those apartments are. Because of that end-use question, our goal is to be competitive in the market regardless of our type, because of that same kind of what-if type of scenario. So if we determine that we're below the market comps, we will have to address that, because we don't want to have a product that, like you said, would be ultimately undesirable.
Well, just by looking at it, that would mean you'd have to reconfigure your whole design. You'd have to go back to the drawing board completely, correct?
Well, not actually, probably, because since we reduced from 58 to 50, we have plenty of space that our footprint is going to shrink, because we've reduced the unit count. So actually, we would have footprint space to play with that stuff if we determine that we're below the market comps.
And the other thing is, I have great concern. There seem to be way too many one-bedroom. I mean, it's just way off to one side, and that concerns me. I'll go back a little bit to the landscaping issue. I love the idea of the rain garden. I think that's neat. We did that in my school district, and it was a great experience for the children to experience, and great deal of interest to the teachers as well. For this site, I know we have ordinances, but I just want to make sure that we will be having an irrigation system. Am I correct?
With the exception of the rain gardens, the plans call for irrigation.
Okay. You said there's a lot of transport, pace and whatnot, but people don't drive, which you're saying. How do people go about? There's really no grocery stores close to them. I'm kind of concerned about them. If they don't drive, how are they going to be able to get to the grocery stores? Have you looked into that?
Maybe some. Well, yeah, we checked specifically that the PACE route goes directly to grocery stores. That was one of our most important tests. So we do, but actually going back to the financing that we'll seek is competitive, which is why I keep referring to it. And one of the ways that we will be competitive against other developments is our access to community services. And so we look for closest government services, medical offices, shopping, grocery stores, et cetera, and we feel that everything is within a reasonable distance.
The parking. You're advocating 65 parking spaces, and the differential between the 163 and the 65, there's 98 parking spaces that you're basically asking for land banking, correct?
Those numbers will shift slightly because of that reduction in units, but that's approximately correct.
Boy, that's a huge variance. I mean, I have some concerns about land banking for the future, mainly because if this piece of property would go on the market for some reason, then you've got a hardship. You're saying it's a hardship for you now because of the cost. And I'm saying that there could be a hardship on the next person if they have to do that. So I'm not quite sure I'm convinced that, where the hardship is here. So that's got me a little concerned, as well as the covered parking. If I think that any development should meet our standards. So I'm really having a hard time with allowing variances for that. I did notice on your sign, I'm kind of jumping around here because that's how I was sitting here going through all this, that there's no number signs on it. So we'd have to have an address number sign on there. the covered parking, I'll go back to that. I realize that it's not inexpensive to do that, but that really isn't our problem. You know, our problem is to make sure that we are providing the best for our residents and now and in the future. You know, you're saying that, 15 years, maybe 30 years, but this building conceivably could be here a whole lot longer. So we have to look at the big picture for the long run. And so I'm having some trouble with that too. I think that probably our biggest charge is this the best use of the property? And it's just, this is not what I envisioned for that property. I envisioned something more like what came before us previously. And so I'm toying with the idea of, I'm just not sure I'm happy with that part of it. I assume, and I did read it, that the fire department, this would be a sprinkled building, correct? The other, will there be sidewalks all along? I mean, obviously these people are going to be riding bikes and they're going to be walking. I want to make sure there's going to be sidewalks all along the property.
Yes.
Okay, and with the land banking and the utilities underneath, are there going to be utility issues because we're land banking? And if it would have to, if the commission would agree and the trustees would agree to do this, do we need to worry about the utilities underneath where we've land banked? And I guess Mr. Gray is the person to...
Yeah, the only utilities you'd have to worry about is the storm sewer, but it's going to be designed for a future parking lot.
Okay. The exterior of the building, I don't know who to talk with about that. I'm looking at it. It's not brick, correct? It's not brick.
It is brick.
Pardon me?
It is brick.
It is brick. Okay, it doesn't look like, so I guess the pictures just are not very good. So I guess I need a little more help with that.
No, it's predominantly brick. The red material from about waist high at the base of the building up to the sill of the third floor windows is all brick, with the exception of these the projecting parts, which are a combination of stone and the siding board.
So, but this isn't brick as we know it brick. It's more of a brick veneer. I mean, the way I'm looking at it, you know what I'm saying?
It's a sample that's made thin because we can't mount a real brick to the board, but it's real brick.
It is. Okay. I'm a little concerned when it comes to the landscaping as well. I really want to see, would like to see something, with a lot more landscaping in front of the building. The other question I have is the EPA, has there been an EPA study on this property?
What
for which?
More specifically,
is there oil under there? What is there? What's underneath?
There was a previous phase 1 environmental assessment on the property from the previous developer that did indicate that the previous house that's now been demolished most likely had lead and asbestos, and that was demolished and contained appropriately. And so we haven't updated it since that phase 1, but the only contaminants found in that old report were in that house that is now gone.
But not, what about in the ground itself?
It's anticipated to be clean, is what the phase 1 reported.
The stormwater concerns that neighboring all around obviously have, I'm really concerned about that because I'm still not convinced that you can take that kind of stormwater and ensure that you're not going to have flooding of the neighbors. And I don't know how you can, if you can help me any further with that to make me feel more comfortable for these residents.
I mean, I think either the city engineer or our engineer would be happy to go through the plan again to talk about the loads and the capacity, if that would be helpful.
Yeah, I just, the other question is the concerns that staff had, have they all been addressed?
As far as the fire department's concerns, they specifically have not been specifically addressed where they said we're doing this, this, and this. However, in the report that we received yesterday, they said that they would comply with all of the requirements in our review letter, but we have seen no documentation on how that's being done as of this time.
What about Mr. Jennings? Are all your questions been?
The questions from the planning division are listed under on page 8 under the staff recommended action. The petitioner's letter that you have in front of you does go through each of those. For the most part, it appears they've addressed everything. There are some minor questions related to the vans. You know, is there a number that would be known, that sort of thing. But the major questions are actually repeats of the fire department and engineering questions.
Thank you. And my last question is regarding your staffing and going from let's say 4 o'clock in the afternoon to maybe 8 o'clock in the morning with only one person on staff. What is your background on that? How has that worked out? I mean, that's only one person. I mean, there's conceivably 50 units plus, you know, who knows how many more would be there, living there. It's not, obviously you've got 50 units, but it's not 50 residents. So one person from let's say 4 o'clock at night or 4 o'clock in the afternoon to 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock in the morning.
We covered that case managers most often work actually evening hours, so those kind of 4 to 9 p.m.-ish hours will most often actually be covered with additional staff. You know, this is a multifamily development. It's actually staffed much more intensely than many other multifamily proposals that come through, and our experience is that our staffing proposal is extremely adequate for the type of housing that we're proposing.
Okay, thank you. I'll let the rest of my commissioners.
I'm going to take executive privilege and ask the next 2 questions. The proposal came to us as 58 units, and now you're saying 50. Where did you make up the difference? Did you make the building shorter? Did you make the apartments bigger?
That's the intent. We have not yet.
What is the intent?
I'm sorry, to shrink the footprint. We have not yet presented those final details to you. The proposed site plan doesn't incorporate all those details yet, but that is the intent, that the entire footprint would shrink.
So you'll have them for us when we reconvene?
That's our intent, yes.
My next question is, you're talking about the EPA or whatever. Environmental thing. Was that for the vacant lot with the trailer on it, or did it include the junkyard next door?
Both, the entire 3.2 acre parcel.
Thank you. With that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. You mentioned the fence around the north side and the west side, not on the east side?
Not currently. That came as a specific response to our residential neighbors, and so that's why we proposed it on the north and the west.
Okay. What type of fence were you envisioning there?
A wood fence.
Okay. Back to the water retention, just for my own personal information, how big are these vaults that we're talking about?
Massive. Yeah. No, I'm just kidding.
I don't know if you have all those figured out exactly yet, but...
Well, that's a great point, actually. We're in obviously preliminary engineering at this point, but there are many ways to tackle building these vaults. A traditional method might be a concrete vault where it would be think of it as like the basement of a house where it would be concrete on all sides with a concrete deck on the top, and it might be poured in place. But that's not traditionally, or that's not in today's evolution of technical design necessarily the most cost effective. So some of the other ways are precast concrete structures that get kind of building blocked into place. So they're about 5 feet tall typically. And in this instance, we're looking at basically about 40 foot wide. So there would be precast blocks, and then it's there, and the one Andrew's looking at on that side, I think that's 120 feet long. I could be off on that distance, but it's approximately that size, and then 5 feet deep. And the depth is driven by where we can discharge the water, so it's going to fill up this 40 foot by 120 foot by 5 foot deep. Think of it as a very, very large swimming pool of water, and then it releases out. So the deeper we make it, the more cost effective the footprint can get by getting it smaller. So those are precast pieces that can be made to order for maybe a 6 foot depth if we can make that work.
Okay, thanks. Does anyone know how far the lakeside buildings are from the property line? Just
from the property line?
How far your building is from the property line? The ones that back up to.
They said 15 to 18 feet. I think it's actually more than that.
It's a pretty small backyard.
Yeah, I think.
Difficult to see on that.
Andrew, do you have any idea?
They're looking in the plans. We'll get you that number.
These are cropped in too close to
measure, yeah.
The paper version does.
Well, in the meantime, on the 2 and 3 bedroom units, are you envisioning families or roommates?
Families.
Families.
The reason, the demand, the market study shows that most of our need is for the 1 bedrooms, which answers the question about why we're heavily skewed towards the 1s.
Okay.
We do have market interest from families who actually have even less options, and so that's why we've added the family units, is to provide for that market need.
I don't have anything else to stall with. So.
All right. Well, maybe we'll come back to you. Would anyone mind if I sit down? I have a broken foot and I'm running out.
Of course. You know what? There's a Mr. Microphone right here.
Okay. I don't mean to not make eye contact.
There's a, you got a little portable mic there you can use. That's fine.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Did you have an answer?
We do. We've just done some very technical engineering measuring over on the drawings, and we believe the distance is 30 to 35 feet, depending on the side. On the west side, they're 35 feet, and on the north side, they're 30 feet, based upon scaling off the drawing.
Okay.
That's from the building corner to the property line.
Okay.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
I think all my other questions.
Commissioner Stylen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I'm familiar with the kind of housing that you're proposing. My cousin had Down syndrome, and he moved into this type of facility.
Please.
And lived there till his late 40s. His parents were no longer able to take care of him. And the freedom that this kind of facility gave him made it one of the happiest times of his life. So, you know, am I correct in assuming that a person with Down syndrome might be a candidate to live in this type of facility? And likewise, I'm familiar with people that suffer from bipolar disorders, and you know, most of the time they're pretty good. Could they possibly be potential residents as well? You know, I think the Pace bus route is definitely an asset. Unfortunately, the buses along that route today are relatively infrequent. I think they're on an hourly kind of basis, one way and then another hour in the other direction. But they're not daily. And they only operate from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. There's no evening service, stuff like that. Fortunately, though, you can get to shopping, you can get to grocery stores, you can get to Randhurst, you can get to downtown Des Plaines. Now, it may take, you know, if you're carrying groceries, it might not be very convenient to go down and get back a few hours later, but at least it is doable. So I think that's good. But I know, again, from my cousin, right, he had to go to doctor's appointments and he had to go to other places. He had a job that he had to go to work, and buses don't necessarily go to places where where work is, and not necessarily are, I think you said that PACE was going to have a van sharing kind of thing. That's nice. Do your caseworkers try to help schedule people such that they have a common group of people going to a common destination, or do you rely on PACE to try and figure that out? Do you know what I mean?
I do know what you mean. Thank you for having the answer right in the question, because that's exactly what we do. That's what caseworkers do, is that they either figure out how the person is going to get to their job, or they figure out how to coordinate a number of people who are going in the same direction. So that
or doctors maybe in a similar facility.
You can try to coordinate that together.
Schedule and whatever.
Another option for all of our residents is anyone that qualifies with a disability qualifies for PACE's Dial-A-Ride program, which is we find most effective specifically for things like doctor's appointments, because that's basically like a taxi, but it's an affordable rate.
One of the things that I got off of the Phil Haben website.
That is not our website.
It's not your website?
No.
Doesn't have anything to do with you?
It does not.
Well,
we don't have a website yet.
Let me ask the question just to see how close you come to them. They say that their caseworkers provide assistance in a lot of variety of skills like budgeting and money management with your caseworkers. People are nodding yes for the home.
Yes.
Housekeeping kinds of services.
Yes.
Nutrition and meal planning and maybe some cooking assistance or.
Absolutely, all those things. And we didn't know that there was another Phil Haben. I think it's in Pennsylvania. But there's no relation, even though they have the same first name.
Okay.
And last name, I guess.
They do shopping skills?
Yes. Those are the kinds of activities of daily living that I was referring to.
Medicine management, leisure time, correct. Training and use, socialization skills, I think you mentioned, community participation, kind of working.
We're going to copy their website and use it.
Risk management and safety, I think that's probably what
safety is an issue. I mean, that's part of living in a community, is learning how to be safe.
And wellness management, I presume that's probably a social worker.
That's absolutely a strategic thing to keep people healthy. In fact, we're going to encourage people not to use the elevators, to use the stairs instead. And the fire department lane is going to double as a sort of aerobic. Yeah, when we're not using it as a fire department lane, which we hope to never use it as.
So I think though, to me that says the caseworkers are out there doing a lot more than just some helter-skelter, as needed on-call kinds of bases. And my presumption is, tell me if I'm wrong, that nighttime person probably available in case somebody gets locked out of their apartment, that they've got a master key to let them in, or
correct.
The toilet something, or they have a problem with the water or whatever. That's what they're on.
I really think of that overnight person like an RA back in college.
Exactly.
They're there to build community. They'll probably encourage, movie nights or something in the community room. But yeah, they're there to be the responder. They're there to be there faster than anybody else could respond.
And they actually physically live on site? What happens if they go on vacation or they want to go out on a weekend with their wife or girlfriend or whatever?
That's a good question. Of course they will. I would hope they would have a real life. We'll need to find out a system to have
a backup plan for that.
A backup plan for that, because we don't want to have gaps in that. And of course, everyone takes vacations.
So I mean, you know, one thing that I could think of is maybe you have a husband and wife team that you know, can substitute for each other when one goes out and whatever, but then you're still stuck if they want to go to a movie or something.
But the concept is still there, and the list that you read is a great list for case management and combined with community support services.
Okay, so now that was the good points. I'm going to get into some bad points before
I'll sit down then.
Okay, many of the pages that you have given us in all your planning documents don't have itemized listing of dates and revisions. Some are blank, some have dates in them, some don't. I therefore cannot attest to any of the plans that I've reviewed this week. Are they the plans that I might be approving today, but I can't tell if they're ones that, you know, I'm going to be seeing next week, nor the plans that might physically be constructed. I mean, there's no physical indication. You know, I think that needs to be straightened out. In the docket report given to us last week, there's a lot of talk about original plans and then updated building material plans that will be provided at the hearing. Well, have I seen those plans, or haven't I? Did I see the original plans, or have I seen the new plans again? I don't know.
I think if I could respond to that, you know, Andrew worked with us so that we got some of the most critical fire department comments ahead of time, ahead of the staff report. And we looked at them and immediately felt that they were big issue comments that we could respond to quickly. And so as you saw, you got the site plan, the 58 units, and then we were told we needed this fire access, which is a big deal. And so we spent that, 10 days revising the plan to be able to show you that we can comply with that. And we know that you didn't get that at the same timeline, which is why at the very beginning of this meeting I said I fully am aware that a continuance is very likely so that we have more time to review that new site plan so that you know exactly what's new versus what's old, and we can respond to all those questions.
Exactly. So I'll give you an example. Last night I received a set of plans that I think staff probably got them yesterday afternoon or so, I'm not exactly sure. But those plans were dated February 2012. I mean, it's March today. They were dated February 2012. Are those plans that I received last night more or less up to date than the plans I received last week that were dated specifically on the Plan Commission review dated 2/9/2012?
Understood. I apologize for the confusion in the dates.
Exactly. So, I just think that, we need to be a little bit more cognizant of making sure the dates and the revisions are there.
Absolutely.
To help us know what is changing, what isn't changing, and when you leave dates blank, nobody knows what it is.
Thank you for the comment.
Another thing that I've seen on the plans is the monument sign that you talked about. On one set of plans, they're over here. On one set of plans, they're over on the other side of the driveway. So, again, which set of plans are the correct plans, right? I think more plans showed on the north side of the driveway. I think there's one or two plans that showed on the south side of the driveway. So we need some correction and correlation. And one thing that I would like to see, and I thought that it was a requirement of our planning documentation that the plans should show the distance to the nearest neighbor residence buildings, that they should be, just not the end of a lot line, but it should go up to and include the adjacent residence in a distance. And when you come back, I hope to have a complete set of plans, not some helter-skelter mix. Now, that was the bad news. I have some questions, right, especially for the Lakeside Villa people. I mean, water is indeed a problem there. And you've said your intention, and I think our village's intention is we won't impact you any more than you're impacted today. I mean, I think that's what the law calls for. It's the minimum standard. But I'm going to ask you, what can you do to go beyond the minimum requirements and help those people with the problems that they have today? A little bit extra effort might make, you know, a great improvement to them and to the residents. I think, you know, when that catch basin adds up, fills up, the water is probably going to back up into the parking lots and to other areas on the property. Maybe, Kevin, is that, or the petitioner? You know, so it's not only filling up that basin, but it'll probably back up onto their property and pool somewhere else rather than, eventually it's going to run over the curb, right? But
right. The way stormwater management is handled in today's technology, and I think that's an important thing to understand, that when Lakeside Villas was designed, they either didn't know quite as much about stormwater management as we do today, or weren't required to follow the same level of standards. So today's standard, and what we need to design a system for, is the storm sewer piping has to handle what's considered a 10-year storm, and there's a rainfall rate that we use for that here in Illinois, and so many inches per hour fall within the site, and we have to be able to collect that with the storm pipes and get it into a storm pipe discharge. But beyond that, what we have to do is we have to capture enough for what's considered the 100-year storm, which is just a different rate of rainfall. So it's a greater intensity storm. There's been a lot of confusion, I think, in the general population about what's the difference between 10-year and 100-year, and we seem to just have these 100-year storms every year. And what maybe a better way of thinking about it is it's an inches per hour type of rainfall event. And so the design standard for today is to handle 5 inches per hour or 5-inch rainfall storm in that event, to be able to get into a storm sewer pipe. And so we're going to design to that standard, which is the absolute minimum. And then we upsize the pipes to make the system more cost effective. In other words, you don't put in an 8-inch pipe and a 10-inch pipe and a 12-inch pipe. You just run all 12-inch pipe, for example, just kind of a simple example of that. But in a bigger picture, the next step is we have to get the 100-year, that 10-inch storm, into our vault, and then we release that out. So we're going to collect all of that water. And if in the event that the storm event exceeds that, we get 11 inches, and then that has to have what's considered an overland flood route. So then that water has a way of getting out that's predetermined. We figured out where it's going to flip over. And in this case, perhaps one of the ways it's going to flip over is out into the street. Or basically what it needs to look at is, what's the lay of the land? Where does it go now in that storm event, and how is it getting there? Because we can't, as good as engineers as we are, we can't make water flow uphill. So we have to continue to allow it to flow in the direction that it's ultimately going. I mean, in the sense that here on this site, water is ultimately all going east down Hintz Road, I mean, in some way, shape, or form, and it's getting into either the Wheeling drainage ditch, or it's getting out into the river. So we have to allow for a way for that to happen, because we know that eventually, in some event, it will flood over. So part of the design that we're going to take into account is how that water is going to do that in that storm event that exceeds the design criteria. The reality, I think, with what a lot of the neighbors around here have voiced in their concerns tonight, is that their systems weren't designed to meet those same criteria. And clearly they're having problems, and that's unfortunate. And I think to kind of go back to your question of what are we doing to help that, well, the first thing that we're doing is we're going to reduce our release rate, how much water we're releasing out onto the site, to below the standards. In other words, we're going to build a bigger vault. We're going to have a bigger pool to dump the water into than would typically be required of a design like this. And then above and beyond that, we're working with the county on ways that we can even further restrict our release rate into lakeside villas so that we're not going to impact them even as much as we might otherwise be allowed to. But understand that what we're doing is we're doing it even less than is happening today or might otherwise be occurring. So I hope that kind of a long answer to your question.
Bottom line is you're helping them. You're not making it worse for them.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes.
Let's see what's next on my list. For lakeside people, have you decided on what kind of size of a fence you would like? 6 foot, 8 foot, 10 foot? Do you know? If you come back next time, would you be able to give us some guidance on
absolutely.
what kind of
I think that would be fine,
fence
Terry. Yeah.
you would like to see? I think we'd like to know what kind of fence you'd like to see.
I mean,
you don't have to answer now.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's appropriate, and we have enough people that we can talk with about it. And I really thank you for addressing the stormwater problem. We're very familiar with what goes on over there, and I've quickly become a semi-civil engineer over the last 4 years after seeing what's going on. But I do want to repeat what I said before. The more parking we require that is asphalted, as you saw in the other diagram, regardless of what Phil Haven can do, we will have a problem. I do not go along with a parking variance. What I do go along with is a different way of handling the parking requirement if that's what you are requiring. Because in essence, that would help if something did happen later on. You wouldn't have to worry about the parking variance because you're going to have 130 parking spaces or whatever on a double-decker on the east side of the property. If that works for them, that's fine. But the other part of it is it's extremely important. I understand what the engineer is talking about with the large storm vaults. 5 feet down and 120 feet across is huge. I mean, it really is. And the CFSs that flow, I understand what the people from Prospect Heights are talking about. But let's face facts. At this point, Hintz has never flooded. Hintz has real storm drains. We don't. You know, we have these silly, I think it's 24-inch piping that goes from that property back to our lake, and that's where it flows through. In fact, where our sump pumps line up across there, we are now finding out, and we on a regular basis twice a year check all of our sump pumps. 2 of them handle that water flow back there. We've had to replace them 4 times in 1 year because the water is flowing so much out that way, it knocks out the sump pump. And we don't want to have water sitting on our side, you know, just standing there. So that's why I would very much like it, and they're willing to do it. If you have to direct them to do it, fine. Manhard wants to get with them to make sure that whatever is planned for this, yes, I understand they're saying that that's what they'll do, but we want to make sure, maybe you put it in the ordinance or whatever, that this is what has to happen for us.
Yeah,
and we're in agreement with this.
They're going to be your neighbors, and if they can get off on a good rapport at the beginning, hopefully it will continue to last. But I need to get on with my questions and ask the gentleman from Wheeling Auto, do you want a fence along their east side of the property?
You're supposed to be cross-examining the petitioner.
Oh, not the residents?
No.
Would you be willing to install a fence along the east side of the property if the Wheeling Auto person would like to have one installed? And then would you work with him to figure out what kind of height and stuff might be beneficial?
We're certainly open to any conversation.
Try it again sometime. Give it a little tap. So.
Hello. Yes, we're open to any conversation. We don't typically feel that it's necessary to screen any industrial uses from a parking lot. It seems excessive, but if it's something that needs to be discussed further, we're open to that.
Okay, so maybe you could get his business card or something.
Definitely.
Talk with him later on. You said in your testimony that you have a 50-year commitment to the property. Who guarantees that commitment?
That's recorded through land use restrictions at closing by deed. So it goes with it gets recorded on the property, and it would show up as any one pulled up title on the property.
So what happens if whomever the owner of the property is goes broke? What happens to the property, and how can you guarantee it for 50 years if
any future buyers would step into the property with it being a condition of future use, the same as zoning, that kind of thing.
So they would have to pick up and continue the current use as is for the next 50 years?
That's right. The 50 years, right. It's an affordability period that we commit to the federal government and the IRS.
And just a quick question for the landscaper. You just have to say about yes or no. On the plan, you have a no mow seed area. Is that just grasses that are going to grow and never need to be cut, or? Twice. She stated that they mowed twice a year. I think the comments were made about the potential of parking going vertical, and you said, yeah, we might look into it. And then you made a statement, something to the effect that, you know, if that was ever needed to be triggered, that you would do it. Well, what happens if you sold that property to the next person and we triggered or we exercised that trigger? How are you going to make sure that that next owner of the property is going to fulfill that trigger?
I suppose it would be viewed the same as any physical needs on the property. You know, typically if an apartment building needs some rehab when it's purchased, it's acknowledged in the purchase agreement and the contract. So I would assume it would be part of the negotiation. If there's a required construction process, it would be acknowledged in how we find a new buyer.
Would your company do the physical construction of that trigger before you sold it?
Well,
once again, Steve Friedland, the attorney for the developer. I think our expectation is that there's going to be a trigger in your zoning ordinance that's going to require at some point, if the village were to pull that trigger, that the land banking would turn into parking. And that would be a condition of the zoning of this property. It would be required at the time. So in the circumstance that the property changed ownership and that trigger was not ever, the requirement was never demanded by the village, it would be the next owner's obligation. It would be, this will certainly be of record, this requirement. So it would be a requirement, just like to Jessica's point about having a 50-year land use restriction. Anybody taking title of the property would be subject to those obligations. They would be subject to the land banking obligations as well.
But you yourself cannot guarantee that a future owner would do that. They would.
Well, your village will guarantee that the future owner will do that.
Mr. Farrell. Yeah, they wouldn't do that. I mean, your zoning code would require the future owner to do that. It's just like any other requirement we place on property. I don't think it's something we would require this owner to guarantee unless we triggered the requirement during their ownership. I think that would be whether or not they owned it when the trigger was set off.
If the village invoked the trigger and they declined to do it?
They would be in violation of the zoning ordinance applicable to their property, and we would probably pursue court action at that point to force them to do so.
All righty, thank you. Now let's see, I can understand your reasons for doing what you're doing with the property. I mean, I think you're right in your parking calculations. My cousin couldn't drive. I mean, he needed public transportation or the people to transport him. So, I understand that. I think that a lot of my concern comes around parking, but it's not about parking today. It's about parking of the future. And you say, well, it's going to be this way for 50 years. Yeah, I'm not comfortable with that, right? I mean, I think that times may change, things may change. We may need to do, we may need more parking. We may need to implement that trigger, as you call it, whether it's your to do or some future person's to do. But I think that trigger puts an onus on the next future purchaser. Maybe it might even make the purchase more difficult, and somebody may not want to buy it because of that lingering trigger. So, I think
I would think more likely they would just offer us less money in market conditions. It is America.
So that they would have money to invest into.
I mean, if they're going to say, okay, you think your building's worth, $500 million, it's not going to be. But yet we think that the construction of this parking is this much. We're going to reduce that from our purchase price, which is why I said it reminds me of single-family homeowners who say, okay, I'll take the property, but because I need a new furnace, you have to, that's going to be a part of the contract.
Exactly. But I guess where I'm trying to go is that the more infrastructure that you put in to that land banked area, right? You talked about putting sewers in because you don't want to have to come in and put in sewers after, electrical conduits, foundations for lighting poles, any kind of investment that you can make the cost of exercising that trigger later, it's going to cost you more to do it later. If you did that infrastructure work now, it would actually be cheaper because 10 years from now, 25 years from now, it's going to be a lot more expensive to do it. Can you make those kind of investments today to make that trigger of the future less costly? And I think it's just all infrastructure.
I mean, I think that's not quite a yes or no question. We're not going to put in lighting conduit for something that we don't intend to develop for 50 years. That would be a waste of precious resources. I think it's important. I mean, we can build to code. We could do this exactly as code requires and put in all 2.75 spaces. We're trying to benefit our residents as well as the neighbors by keeping space green. And we've engineered the site so that it's not infeasible that land bank could be triggered someday. It's not overall a request to reduce parking. It's the space is all there. The plans will all be there so that everything is in place so that after that 50-year period, should you trigger, or even sooner, should you trigger that, we would be prepared to go up with that.
Here's what needs to be done, right? A plan that shows, okay. Let me continue. Based upon the calculations that you gave us from a previous plan, okay, it showed that you needed 160 parking spaces. That was when you had 58 units. Did you include the 10% additional parking that was required for visitor parking? Because by my calculations, that would have brought the parking requirement up to 178.
Yeah. Our reading of the code is that 10% of the 2.75 spaces per unit has to be devoted to visitor parking under your code. but it's not 2.75 parking spaces plus an additional 10% for visitor parking. And I believe that's how it's calculated.
That I'd have to defer to Andrew.
Yeah, the 2.75.
So, and just to be clear, with 50 units, we're at 138 parking spaces. So I believe the requested variance is 73 spaces. We're putting in 65, 138 would be 2.75 per unit. So 73 is the land banking proposal that we're presenting to you.
And the parking study says we need 7. Which is an important statistic to realize, you know, how much above what we actually think we'll have, we're planning for.
Okay. You know, I like previous petitioners think that the mix of unit sizes might be detrimental again for a potential future use that might be different than your current intentions. So I just ask you to relook at that from a future use perspective. And also, and I do think that the land banking, you know, while it's acceptable, using 60%, land banking 60% of all your parking, that was based upon my old calculations. I think that really puts an undue burden on that potential trigger point. So I do have some comments on the standards for variation that were discussed. Mr. Chairman, do you want me to ask those questions or make comments?
Is this concerning statements that the petitioner has made?
Yeah.
Then you can.
Okay. For the variation standard 1 that is generally using the existing topography would result in a hardship, you state that reducing or not reducing the parking will cause a hardship by reducing landscape, reducing open space, and increasing stormwater runoff, right? You say that because we would be increasing parking, that would incur these hardships, therefore you want to reduce the parking requirements so we don't have these hardships. Well, what happens again in the future when we do those triggers? Won't those hardships be reintroduced back into the environment and we'll actually have, you know, increased stormwater runoff?
Yeah, well, let me try to restate it, because I don't know that, as you've stated, is exactly the point we were trying to make. I think the point we're trying to make on hardship is that you have a code that provides 2.75 parking spaces per unit for multifamily housing, and you don't have various types or different. You don't differentiate between different types of multifamily housing. There are, we do this in other places. There are codes that look at the type of apartment use and calculate different calculations. You don't have that. So the hardship is that when you look at our use, which again we believe is unique in the sense that it does not generate the kind of parking count that your code would expect for a regular multifamily, you know, for multifamily housing of 2.75 per unit. If we develop parking that sits there totally unused, that's not needed, we're going to create more hardscape. We're going to spend more money. We think we're going to create a greater impact on the community. So we think that's the hardship. To your point, well, what if we were doing a 50-unit market rate apartment building? We'd have to provide 138 parking spaces. The answer is yes, that's what your code provides. And presumably if it was needed, then it would be provided. I'm not really sure why that gets calculated into the hardship. The hardship we're talking about is the hardship that would be placed on this development right now to create parking that's not needed.
I believe that was your answer to the concern about hardship, at least shown in our report. report. So let me move on to the variation standard number 3. It says the current proposed unique housing model does not anticipate the future use as a normal multifamily residence. Therefore, I believe that you are creating a hardship that will be limiting the property's use in the future as a multifamily housing development, which it is being built under in our code.
Yeah, I may ask you to restate that because I'm not sure I followed it exactly, and I want to make sure I answer it properly.
Let me see if I can find your question number 3. I mean, it says, describe how the alleged difficulty or hardship has not been created by any person presently having an interest in the property. Well, you're talking about not anticipating a future multi-family type housing, and that your current use is, quote, a subset of it. But if that trigger is invoked, or the use eventually turns into a normal multifamily housing, then I maintain that you are limiting, because of what you're doing, you're limiting the potential use of that property as multifamily.
I guess here's my take on that, or I guess our take on that. Oftentimes when one asks for a variation from standards, there isn't the sort of backup or land banking plan that we're proposing to you. I think what you're suggesting, if I'm understanding this correctly, is that at such time as that additional parking is required because of some change in use, that we would have to provide it. My response would be, well, then I would no longer meet this standard for requesting a variation from you. The reason why I think we meet this standard, which is that we didn't create the difficulty or hardship, is that you have a code that doesn't differentiate this sort of parking. What we are proposing will not create a 2.75 per unit parking need. It's just unnecessary for our purposes. Therefore, we're requesting that you vary that. But we also understand that you have concerns about the future. You have concerns because, frankly, this isn't always possible. It isn't always possible to show you that you could provide all 138 parking spaces at this site if necessary. So at such time as the facts were to change, then presumably we would no longer meet the standard. Therefore, a variation wouldn't be appropriate. Hence, you would tell us, provide the parking, and we would provide the parking. So I guess I'm not sure. We're not talking about hardship in the future, because there wouldn't be a hardship in the future to us if we were required to provide the parking.
I think you're right, but that gets into the variation standard number 4, which is next, that says the property cannot yield a reasonable return. And you state that if the construction of 160 parking spaces is too costly to do today, well, it won't be any less costly to do it in the future. It'll be more expensive.
No, because presumably what goes into the determination of developing anything in multifamily is that you charge people for it. So to the extent that I develop housing that has parking and a unit for someone, they pay me a rent that allows me to afford to finance the development of parking, the unit itself, the driveway, the lobby, all of those things go into it. And what our issue is that to develop parking that is totally unnecessary for our use provides us a return problem. It's a return problem for our development because we would not be able to afford to develop parking that just sits there. It's an expense. It's very expensive. We have funding sources that look at our budgets and they would say, I mean, it would be hard to finance 138 parking spaces from funding sources that would expect that we would be able to need 7, 8, 10, 12, 15 parking spaces. I mean, it would be very, very hard. So that's the reasonable return problem. In the future, if somebody were to develop this as multifamily housing, presumably they will charge a rate to their tenants that will allow them to recoup the cost of a parking. Maybe they'll redo the building. Maybe they'll take the interior and make a nicer finish in the lobby or whatever it might be, but they'll charge accordingly. So presumably to that person, they won't have a return problem because they'll use the parking. Our problem is we can't use the parking. So that's the point we were trying to make, and we may not have made it very well in our.
So I think you're saying that a future owner would be happy to increase the size of his parking because he'll be able to get more and better tenants and maybe charge a little bit more for rent, et cetera.
Possibly. I don't want. As you probably know, you can look around even your community around here, and there are a variety of different parking ratios that are required of multifamily housing. You happen to have quite a high parking ratio for multifamily housing. You don't necessarily see this in a lot of other places, so I don't know what a market rate developer would think of that. All we can speak to is that for us, it just doesn't fit.
I thank you. I think you have changed my opinion on all those variation concerns that I
have to say a future developer wouldn't have better residents, maybe just more wealthy residents.
And the only other thing that I would ask you to look into is I played around with some of the old parking scenarios, and in one case I removed the parking along the furthest east side adjacent to the Wheeling Auto Guy and moved that parking back to immediately adjacent to the rear of the building, so we had a little more green space over on that side, and in actuality you got 27 parking spots here, you lost 24 over there, so it was good delta for you. And then I went to another more extreme case where I took away all that parking on the front side of the building and moved it all to the back and put in a couple grassy islands, whatever, and just tried to give a little bit better presentation to the street instead of having all the cars being up there by Hints Road. But landscaping, additional landscaping, higher level shrubs that might hide those cars might be an alternative. So, you know, I didn't see much of that kind of landscaping, as well as I didn't really see much landscaping around the monument sign. And I think if you do put some landscaping around the monument sign, you might have to raise it a foot or more depending upon where your letter sizes and addresses are. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry for taking so long. That's the end of my comments.
You brought up two questions I want to ask before I go on. What is the cost to build all 167 parking spaces? And second part of that is, what would it cost if they were covered? Additional cost fee?
We don't have those numbers. We've brought on a general contractor about a month ago, and we planned for what we do intend to build. But by March, then at continuance, we'll have those specific numbers for you.
Thank you. When you come back, we'll expect them. Commissioner Burns.
Thank you. You mentioned that you're getting some competitive financing. Could you elaborate on that a little bit, please?
Sure. Most of our construction financing will come in the form of equity from private investors who will purchase what's called the Section 42 tax credits, which is an IRS program that is administered at the state level. And the reason it's competitive is because the state only has about $18 million per year to give out. It's allocated to states based on states' populations. Illinois has about $18 million. We'll be applying for about 1.5 of those $18 million. They're oversubscribed approximately 5 to 1. So we have to compete as a project, and that's everything from being a LEED-rated building to having a variety of unit sizes to providing housing for the disabled. There's a whole list. It's a total of 292 points that all relates to statewide policies so that they're allocating the projects that are most needed within the state.
Is there a chance you're not going to win this competition, that the financing to build this project isn't going to come through?
Yes. It's required that we have our zoning actions in place even to apply for the financing, which is why we're here at this stage. Okay. But yes, we will apply in June, and if we're successful, we should know by September, and then we would come back for permits to finalize the process with the village.
Okay. And a related question is the rents are subsidized. Who provides those subsidies?
We're anticipating 2 sources. One would be Cook County, and the other would be the Department of Human Services.
Which is a state, federal?
Yes, state. The Cook County money is federal money.
Okay.
Administered through counties.
Okay. That state money is getting more competitive all the time also, isn't it? Those are my questions. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. Yeah. I've done it again. Commissioner Schaaf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of issues. The KLOA analysis that requires somewhere in the vicinity of 60 to 65 parking spots. It's believable. However, it does not address covered parking. Nothing in your statements other than it's too expensive covers covered parking. Of those 64, I would expect that half of those be covered. I have a hard time with the variation other than, I can bend on that variation and give you that. One for each unit is probably excessive, according to the study. You still should provide some covered parking for those vehicles. And that will tie into my next question. The consideration for covered parking. And that's something that I would like for you to consider other than just an economic standpoint. It's too expensive to me, doesn't make it a variation quality. Second, with no use of automobiles, you have public transportation. You can walk to, there are parks, the library, all within a mile or 2 miles of your complex, shopping. But I would expect that there's going to be more bicycle use than what you anticipate, okay, or even what the code would anticipate. And I don't see on your plans inside parking for bicycles. I don't know how many you're going to provide.
indoor bicycle parking.
Right. Right. For how many?
Do you know offhand, Steve, the number?
38.
Fif 50? 60. So excess down, actually.
Okay.
Sorry about the mic.
I think there's a mute button on it under your hand.
What?
I think there's a mute button on the mic, maybe under your hand.
Hello?
Okay, so you are providing additional parking for inside parking for bicycles.
We agree.
I would expect that you're going to have more bicycle use than
we encourage
even
it.
what than even our code would do. That and the landscaping around where you're going to put that sign. One drawing shows, just like Commissioner Stylen said, one drawing says one place, one drawing says the other. I would expect some color in there. And you're going to get color with annuals. And you know, you're going to have something in there to enhance that.
Agreed.
And so you should consider that.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. With this, we're going to move on to the next section, which is the objectors. And we've had people sign up for it. The rules on this are, first off, we want some civility on this. Everyone is going to have an opportunity to speak, but we don't want repetitiveness. If the first person comes up and says, I think it's going to lower my real estate values, and the second person comes up, rather than going a discourse on to say, I agree with the first speaker that it's going to reduce real estate values. No need to go through it again and again. But you still have the right to come up and say that, to agree with them, so we get the feeling of it. And if you have something new, you can add that too. Now, anyone who speaks is subject to cross-examination by the petitioner and by this board. And we're going to do it slightly different. We did the other one, when everyone got done, we cross-examined them because they hear it as one group. Because everyone else is an individual, you'll be cross-examined immediately. When you get done talking, stay there and we'll see if you're going to be cross-examined. And interested parties, those might be people who are for it, but are not with this group. So with that, yes, sir.
Just prior to calling the first name off the list, we have received written letters and emails in support of and in opposition. Since we're covering the opposition, I just want to, for the record, enter in the number that we've got, and they'll be included with the file on this development. I received the following letters in opposition. I've got a letter from a Mr. David Becker of Wheeling Auto Center, Sheila Heck of 403 Woodview Drive in Prospect Heights, Kenneth and Lynn Lasowski, let's see, I lost the signature on this. It's the residents of 409 Meadow Ridge Lane in Prospect Heights, and then 404 Meadow Ridge Lane, Prospect Heights, the Michael and Brenda Warren. So those are the letters of opposition.
Copies should be provided to the petitioner as well.
On to the list of people present. To speak in opposition to the petition, Susie Reingold.
Susie, please come forward. All right.
I don't really think that Lakeside is on the opposition side
Okay,
of it.
then if you'll sit down, we'll get the next person.
Thank you.
Jack Caldwell.
He left.
Jack's gone.
Mr. David Becker.
You've been sworn in before, so go ahead.
Okay. I'm opposed to this facility, for the parking reasons that I stated earlier. I think that they will impose a hardship on my business next door. I certainly feel it'll reduce property values over time. I feel that this facility is being built in response to a lawsuit in the state of Illinois. It's Williams versus Quinn. In that lawsuit, the findings of that lawsuit, and I don't know if you've looked at that lawsuit, but they define certain terms that are used that are being thrown around this courtroom in different terms that are being used. There's a facility called the Lawrence House in the city of Chicago that is regularly in the news that talks about the deterioration of the facility, both by the landowner as well as the residents. And I'm fearful that it sounds like they're going to build a beautiful facility, but 5 or 10 years from now, I think the deterioration of the facility I'm concerned with. As well as if the residents don't follow the plan or the proposed plan and decide to go to their activities or anything else, and they decide to wander around the neighborhood and cause trouble.
If you stand by there, does anyone wish to cross-examine? No one from the petitioner? How about interested parties?
Either the attorney or the petitioner.
Okay.
Are you going to run the cross-examination for your side? Because we won't have the
You
attorney.
or the attorney?
And you. It should be one or the other.
For the entire
For all the
piece.
cross. Yes.
Yep. Ooh, big
We don't want to have 5 people cross-examining. So, I mean, Steve certainly can do that.
We'll have Steve do it. Thank you.
And then after he's done, if any concerned citizen wants to talk.
We don't have any questions of
Okay. Is there any other interested party that would like to question what he said? Okay. Thank you. You may sit down. The next objector?
In opposition, I have Joe Amerio.
Joe, you've been sworn in earlier.
I object. I don't see the benefit to the community.
No questions. Anyone else?
Have Rick Sternquist.
Rick, would you give your name and address, please?
Hi, Rick Sternquist, 406 Cary Court, Prospect Heights.
You swear everything you're about to tell us is the truth?
I do.
Okay. Proceed.
Hi, there's no way that I could support a project like this at this time. I think it just adds undue risk to our neighborhood, parking, drainage, property values, and safety of our community and children. And I came in here tonight thinking I was going to be swayed by the social aspect of this project, but I'm not at all. After listening to the petitioners, I feel like it's a completely a profit project, and you know, the only information I've gotten tonight is, you know, I've never seen one of these facilities, and I've never lived by one, and you know, all I know is what they've told me tonight, but I'm just not buying what they're selling.
Do you have any cross? Does any interested party have anything they want to ask the gentleman? You may sit down. Next.
That is the list of those who signed up to speak in opposition.
Okay. All right, now we go on to interested parties. Yes, ma'am? Go ahead. You've been sworn in.
I actually do oppose the proposed project. I have heard that as they've said that there's a covenant for 50 years to basically keep it as is, and if the company does go belly up and no new buyer wants to end up buying a permanent supportive housing facility, then from my standpoint, I would think then it would just stay vacant, which would then become a hardship to the communities and lose any type of advantage that they're trying to end up communicating to us this evening. I do not feel it's good for all the other stated reasons, and I do feel that we have enough townhomes and condominiums currently. There's Lakeside Villas, there's so many down Cornell Court, there's VIP apartments, Mallard Lake, everything is right there. I think we do have already a very large market of townhomes and condos, and getting more of these would just not be good for the community at large.
No cross. Anyone else wish to ask her a question? Thank you. There's no one else on the list. We now go to interested supportive petition.
I've received.
And the same rules apply here. You're subject to cross-examination.
Following letters in support of this petition. The Alliance to End Homelessness in Suburban Cook County. Daniel and Trudy Mickey of Hoffman Estates. Donald Kresge of Mount Prospect. James Ozlowska of Burbank, Illinois. Mary Papantos of Wheeling, Illinois. It's a long one. The National Alliance on Mental Illness of Cook County North Suburban Office. The Northwest Suburban Task Force on Supportive Housing for Individuals with Mental Illness. Let's see. Alliance for, in AMI, the South Suburbs of Chicago, which is formerly the Alliance for the Mentally Ill of the South Suburbs of Olympia Fields. Nancy Harju of Buffalo Grove. The Northwest Housing Partnership. Thresholds, Bright Futures for People with Mental Illness. Bright Futures for People with Mental Illness. That's it. Right. That is out of the north side of Chicago. Dr. Michael Rodbro and Patricia Rodbro of Lincolnshire. The National Alliance on Mental Illness. Joseph Jason. Mary Lowry of Glen Ellen, Illinois. Norma and Nolan Kaplan of Buffalo Grove, Illinois. Lisa Carney of Wilmette, Illinois. Kenneth Dorff of Palatine, Illinois. Ended up with 3 of those.
You hold them.
Thanks. 2 more from the National Alliance on Mental Illness, from Venus Gintout and Star Roberts, co-presidents. That appears to be the Arlington Heights office. Ann Ryan of Arlington Heights, Illinois. Nancy Cowgan of Wheeling, Illinois. William Baxter of the Department of Veterans Affairs. Edward Hines Jr. VA Hospital in Hines, Illinois. Henry Hackney of Center Street. Sheila Schultz, Meadowbrook Lane, also Wheeling. Faith Brandstrom of Elk Grove Village. Betsy Kamdiev of Mount Prospect. That's a repeat and a repeat. Loretta Mulcrone, Park Ridge, Illinois. Kathleen Peck, Wheeling, Illinois. Nancy Silverman, Schaumburg, Illinois. Gina Badel, Rolling Meadows, Illinois. Karen Kirsch of Wheeling, Illinois. Arthur Hapoja of Mount Prospect, Illinois. Vivian Stray of Wheeling, Illinois. Anthony Petrunik, Diane Petrunik of Schaumburg, Illinois. John Sullivan, Arlington Heights, Illinois. Kyle Trimley, Palatine, Illinois. This is from a Mr. John Yost of Gilbert, Arizona. I have to read it to get the connection, I'm sorry.
Not in his backyard, huh?
Todd Stahl of Wheeling, Illinois. The League of Women Voters, represented by Jan Dorner. Marilyn Chen Letourneau of Bob Chen's Crab House in Illinois. Carly Letourneau and David Martyr of Bob Chen's Beverages, also Illinois. Carla Ziolo of Mount Prospect, Illinois. Jean Thiel of Arlington Heights, Illinois. T.J. Ross, Executive Director of PACE, out of Arlington Heights, Illinois. These will also be kept on the record for this public hearing document. The first name on the list in support of the petition is Judy Graff.
Your name and address, please.
I am Judy Graff. I live at 1635 Meadow Lane in Bannockburn.
You swear everything you're about to tell us is the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
I come with two hats. The first one is I'm housing chair for the National Alliance for Mental Illness. We are a grassroots organization, and we help families and individuals who suffer from mental illness by education, support, advocacy, and research. I've been housing chair probably for about 6 years. In that capacity, as a volunteer, all the calls that when people are looking for housing would come to me. I probably get 12 calls a year, and they are from various types of people. I thought I would share that information with you. Who's calling looking for this type of housing? I have some adults in their 80s saying that I have my adult child living with me. I can no longer take care of them. What can I do? That is a group of people that have called. I've had several siblings call that they have a sibling with mental illness living in another state. Maybe they went when they're in college. They have to come back. I have to find housing for them. It's very important. I have young people who are looking for housing and they can't afford the local market prices, and they need a place to live. So I have people that are like everybody else that deserve a place to live with integrity, close to families, close to a place that they could work, where they can go shopping and live like everyone. The second hat I bring to you is having a daughter with severe mental illness, and she was diagnosed at age 8. She is a college graduate. She worked very hard to get there, but she qualifies for this housing because she cannot work a full-time job. She is state funded, and some of the problems with her disease, and mental illness is a disease, require that she takes medication that doesn't allow her to work a full day. So she would benefit from this kind of housing. This is the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone wish to ask her questions? Yes, ma'am. No, would you come up to the microphone, please? And would you also come to the microphone?
I certainly understand that everyone does deserve a home. I'm just trying to understand if someone calls you and states that they need a housing type of situation for their loved one, that if the 80-year-old is calling on their child, and why do they need to go elsewhere? Because if the parent can't take care of the child, then how can the child now be independent?
No, this is supervised housing. This is supported housing. Oh, I forgot to mention, over the 6 years, I never have any place to offer these people. There is no housing in this area, virtually, to have people who have disabilities. This is supported housing. there are people there to help staff. They are not living independently. If they were living independently, it wouldn't be permanent supported housing. There is staff to help people.
Okay, because my understanding of this is that there really isn't staff there all the time.
What have we been talking about the whole evening?
I have. We have our little, person.
You're talking apples and oranges here.
Right.
One's talking about supportive housing, another one's talking about independent living.
Right.
So which?
This is supported housing.
They're saying independent. They've been saying independent.
It's independent, permanent, supported housing.
Please.
Just because I think that the woman's statement had to do with feeling like there wasn't staff there round the clock. If there was, it wouldn't be independent living. People have difficulties, but there is support staff there, but there isn't 24-hour care like there would be in a nursing home.
From having an adult daughter, independent means they have a residence, they have a bed, you can close the door, it is private. You're not living in a group situation. That, in my understanding,
That's where you confused us.
That's independent housing. Supported housing, in my, from what I understand and what I know everybody to be living in, is housing that you need support to live in. So if somebody needs someone to do a med check, a reality check, if they're working on their vocational guidance, if they're working on, various skills that they need, that is supported. They can go in the building. They have case managers that are coming. There's lots of staff there. There are also people of, like circumstances. And, where are you going this evening? Maybe we're going to go to a movie. Maybe we're going to go do this. Oh, I heard there's a job opening here. Let's go together. Let's go shopping together. That is support that people require. So that is support. But, I've been involved with this project for a very long time, and it is independent living for people, but it is support within the independence. Okay?
Any other questions? Who's next?
Sheila Schultz.
Name and address, please.
Sheila Schultz, 393 South Meadowbrook Lane, Wheeling, Illinois.
Swear everything you're about to tell us is the truth.
I do.
It's about time.
Oh, Mr. Chairman.
Is that out of order, Mr. Burrow?
It's just a joke.
Okay. I will be very, very, very brief. I am a longtime resident of Wheeling. I'm an advisory member of the Task Force on Supportive Housing for those with disabilities. I have been very, very impressed with the people that are working on this, their professionalism and their abilities. You've heard a lot tonight. I'm not going to repeat any of that. I want you to know that I support this. I support this because the need is so great. I support it because this will fill a small part, but an important part of that need. It will, I think, add to the Village of Wheeling's housing stock, housing opportunities for our residents and others. It's going to fit well into the Hintz Road residential corridor. It will replace an unsightly, I think it's fair to say, vacant piece of property with an attractive building with good landscaping. It will be environmentally and aesthetically pleasing. It will be a good neighbor to Lakeside Villas. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone wish to ask questions? Who's next?
Nancy Cowger.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Julie Savastio.
Your name and address, please.
Julie Savastio, 1723 Woodland Avenue, Park Ridge, Illinois. I'm also
swear everything you're about to tell us is the truth.
I do.
Thank you.
I am also a task force member, and I'm 20 years a corporate controller in Wheeling, Illinois, for a growing manufacturing company. We just opened up our second facility. I'm also head of human resources at that company, and I'm keenly aware of the prevalence of disabilities in families and with our employees. There's a range of outcomes and there's a range of needs. My own daughter would qualify for this particular residence, and I'd be happy if she could live in this community. If, or I should say when Phil Haven is built, Remke would welcome to work with the social workers and case managers there to invite their employees to fill out applications. I think this would add tremendous value to our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone wish to ask questions? No? Thank you.
Joy Kloss.
Joy Kloss, 883 Providence, Buffalo Grove.
You swear everything you tell us is the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
I support Phil Haven because I know there is a need in the community for housing like this. I have a son who would qualify. He has been a good neighbor and citizen of Buffalo Grove for over 25 years. There are many other like him already in the community. They're not going to need to import. We already have people here that need this. Thank you.
Anyone like to ask questions? Next.
Scott Burgess.
You've already been sworn in, I believe.
I have not.
You're not? You swear everything you're about to tell us is the truth? Your name and address, please.
I do. Thank you. My name is Scott Burgess. I'm the Executive Director at Alexian Brothers Center for Mental Health in Arlington Heights, 3436 Kennecott Avenue. We just moved there from Salt Creek Lane just 2 weeks ago, so we are literally just down Dundee Road. I think we're about 5 miles from where we're standing. So I think people have very beautifully articulated the need. I won't try to belabor that, but I've been at the Center for Mental Health for 20 years, and if there is one need that resonates more than any other in the world of mental health and people trying to recover from mental illness, is permanent supported housing, the ability to have a roof over one's head, have some dignity to that, and be able to live and thrive within their communities. We currently, at the Center for Mental Health, we provide supportive housing to 55 individuals on a daily basis in various types of properties, everything from a group home to apartments that people live in independently. With support, I think it's critical to identify that what people are talking about is it's not an if this or this, it's both. People live independently within the community and thrive within the community, but they need some support. And that's what programs like this are built to do, to provide the assistance that are necessary with the things like activities of daily living, the cooking, the cleaning, the making sure that you have positive day structure, that you're building relationships. All of those things that make us all thrive is what is deserving to every resident. And that's what we try to bring to our clients that are involved in our housing programs currently and what Phil Haven is intended to do. So there's independence, there's also support. One of the things that I wanted to put out as an invitation, and I certainly understand this, I have to say that I'm a resident of Mount Prospect, and I'm thrilled to have seen Kenneth Young and DeVary go into Mount Prospect very recently and propose a very similar project, and to have that be approved unanimously without hardly any opposition whatsoever. I think that says that a community is welcoming. I think it says that a community wants to wrap their arms around every resident. We're not talking about individuals that are outside of the northwest suburban area being shipped in from IMDs There was some discussion that was brought up about the Williams Decree. The Williams Decree is very specific to individuals that are already currently in these, they're called Institutes for Mental Disease, and that decree, as I think Mitch spoke to very eloquently, there's an intention that these individuals are not going to be ones that are coming out of these IMDs. These are people that are already in our community, at our Center for Mental Health right now, which, like I said, is 5 miles from here. We've got 50 people on our waiting list right now that need a residence like this. So I just wanted to speak to that point. And I also wanted to emphasize what, again, I think Mitch spoke to, which is the concern, the dangerousness. As I indicated, I've been at the center for 20 years. We've been offering housing services for 25 years. It's very rare for our residents to be involved with issues that are brought to police concerns, neighbor concerns. We try to be very good neighbors. And Mitch spoke to this as well, that there is in fact a greater likelihood that individuals that we're talking about, individuals with disabilities, are more likely the victims of crimes than the perpetrators of crimes. So what people are working off of relative to what they're seeing in the media is not necessarily the reality. And I can speak to that from personal experience in the work that I do, and I know Mitch can as well. What I would also like to do to offer up as an opportunity, if people are interested in this, is I'm more than willing to bring people on tours of our current residents that we have in the area to see what we do, meet some of the people that provide these services. People are concerned about what does a case manager do. We can certainly speak to that. And we certainly have a number of individuals who are positively being impacted by supported housing right now that would want to talk to anybody that has a concern to say, I am that person. I needed this housing. This is how much it's meant to me. This is how better off I am because of it. And I just wanted to offer that up to any resident of Wheeling that's interested in having that opportunity to meet somebody, because these are just not those people out there. These are our brothers. These are our sisters. These are our mothers. These are our fathers.
Yes, sir. Sir, do you have a card?
I do.
Would you give it to Andrew in case someone wants to take you up on that? Are there any questions? Thanks. Now, let me ask, is there anyone else to speak?
No.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. You're all set. No. Attorney. Our next scheduled meeting, this is going to be continued. Our next scheduled meeting is the 22nd of March. By that time, can you have all of your materials together, showing your new drawings? And we need it ahead of time. And things like the sign, where it's really going to be, what it's really going to look like, and things like that, so we have something solid to work on. Can you do that by the 22nd, or do you need another week or two? In fact, I think it'll be 2 weeks after that. Because if you don't, you're going to come back again.
Right. No, absolutely. And Andrew, when would you assume you would need things to disseminate to your board, just so we're clear?
We will need it the week before that meeting. We would need the materials to go out for them to review the week before that. So if it's on the 22nd, we would need everything on the 15th to be able to forward it on to them.
Yes?
Let me look at the list.
Come and speak.
What is your name? Yep, there you are.
Skipped over it. Come on up.
Sorry.
I'll get back to you after.
I'm like, I almost didn't want to raise my hand because I didn't want to keep us any longer.
You swear everything about tell us the truth?
I do.
Your name and address, please.
My name is Hillary Nigro. I live at 709 Lakeside Circle Drive in Wheeling. And so as such, I am obviously a resident of Lakeside Villas. And I just wanted to say two things. One is that I also have a child with a disability who, is potentially a candidate for residency at a facility like Philhaven. And I'm thrilled to death to think that there is a potential for having a residence like this within our community instead of having my son have to go someplace further away where it would be difficult for him to come visit me, potentially difficult for me to get to visit him depending on, where we were able to find a residence for him. The other thing I wanted to say, though, is as a resident of Lakeside Villas, the whole issue of flooding is a huge issue, and so is the issue of parking, and I know we've talked about that a lot. And I just want to say I am thrilled that they were able to propose a plan that, provided an adequate number of parking spaces for the anticipated need of that facility, while also, maintaining green space, which will allow for more drainage of water runoff in storms and, hopefully cut down on some of the flooding. But also, I can't talk. Also allow for the potential for adding additional parking should that become necessary. I have to say that I am, would fully support, allowing this variance. I don't know how much, you take my input on, whether or not to approve the parking variance. But I do know from, friends of mine who also have children who reside in other types of supported, residences, that very few of those residents actually have cars. Having a car, maintaining a car, paying for gas, paying insurance is very costly. And, the majority of people that need this type of housing are on very, very limited budgets and just cannot afford a car. So while you may have 50 residents, 50 units with residences in them, the majority of those people just, are not able to have a car because they don't have the money to pay for it. So I think that their proposal of 65 parking spaces, certainly based on the experience I've had, is more than adequate for the number of cars that would potentially be there. And I just, I'm not an expert on that. I just, am speaking from my own personal experience. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Annie Cross? Getting back to the date of the 22nd, can you make that, or?
It gave us time to realize that, yes, we can submit everything by the 15th. Okay. So you'll have everything within a week of today, which will...
Then my last, the staff have any additional questions? Anyone on the commission have any additional questions? If not, I'll entertain a motion to continue this public hearing until the 22nd of March.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Burns?
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Dorban?
Yes.
Commissioner Stylen votes yes. Commissioner Schaaf?
Yes.
Chairman Maloney?
Yes.
That's 6 yes and 1 absent.
And
Can I have a repeat of who made and seconded that motion, please?
Burns Johnson.
Thank you.
Commissioner, sounds like a law firm.
you want to check with...
That was the continuation of the public hearing. We also have 2 related dockets. PC 1210, which is the site plan and appearance approval, which, before you go, has this written into it currently. The conditions listed are more instruction for the continuation. It notes that there's an inclusion of the 5 conditions listed in the staff report. And then for the March 22nd hearing, we would need by March 15th the following: providing updates to the layers of the plans that are required due to the fire lane, curb cut, and footprint reduction. Number 2, adding the last revised date on all of the plans. Number 3, making the plans available to Lakeside's engineer. Number 4, providing cost estimates of completing covered parking and providing the full 2.75 per unit.
We need a motion.
We need a motion to table.
I need a motion to table in one motion 2012-3 and PC 12-10. Do I hear a motion?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Burns?
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Schaaf?
Yes.
Commissioner Dorban?
Yes.
I'm Commissioner Stylen. I vote yes. Commissioner Maloney?
Yes.
6 yes and 1 absent.
And if you'll check with Andrew on any loose ends on what he's picked up, we'll see you in a couple of weeks.
Thank you all for your time tonight. We'll see you soon.
We still got business to do.
Yeah, we still have business.
Yeah, I forget.
What happens to that?
Yeah.
Set of questions. Hey, the gavel. I was going to beat him.
In the center aisle of the lot is the firework.
He does.
He's prepared. Yes, that's good.
We've got some more business to take care of here.
We're far away.
That can be to a fault.
Building, in which case then the fire department will tell us to
Move it around.
move it further away or closer or.
Because that's what it looks like. It looks like it's too close to the building.
Make it wealthier.
That's what it looks like.
They just can't.
Yeah, well, they're planning, yeah, cars parked where
Put my life on the line? Or?
they'll fix it.
Do these last two items before that started.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I can't, well,
I don't know.
But you also have to let people let off some steam, too, even though they're on the wrong track.
We need to have them sign this.
Just need a variation.
We're taking 5 minutes.
Yes, we'll take 5 minutes.
They could come in and build it tomorrow. No questions asked.
On the 22nd.
yeah, we're not done.
Back in session to call docket number SCBA 12-14, modifying SCBA 1166, Back to Nature, 259 East Dundee Road, modification to wall sign approved January 12th, 2012. Mr. Jennings.
The sign company that originally proposed this sign had included the graphic that you see at the top of the screen right now. At the time, staff had concerns with the graphic. The cabinet that was proposed was cut in a very specific fashion. We asked the petitioners, no other sign company previously had presented anything that was cut like that, and other sign companies had previously told us that they could not cut a cabinet in that shape. So as it turns out, the sign company was switched after this, and the new sign company informed the business that that cabinet could not be built and suggested an alternate design, which is what you see here. The sign company understood that we didn't have a meeting until March 22nd and requested consideration of switching the graphic. And that is what is before you, replacing the previously approved sign with this sign.
Commissioner Stylen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wish I could find my notes.
Next.
Seem to have wandered away. I guess my concern is that we have a minimum size requirement for a graphic element that is somehow supposed to be, I thought, close to, you know, an uppercase letter that would allow and trigger that 50% bonus. The Back to Nature sign is, I think, Andrew, you quoted in a letter to me, 0.56 square feet over the current allowed. And considering that the sign is 20 inches high, my computation said that the sign is four inches too long. If you divide that 4 inches by the 14 letters and 2 spaces that exist, by my calculations, it says we need to cut off 1/10 of an inch off the side of each letter, or move the letters closer by 2/10 of an inch in order to meet the current sign code. I think we're really, you know, the physical construction of a sign. Andrew, are you going to go out and actually measure down to 1/10 of an inch with a sign that gets built? I don't think so.
We go down to the whole inch. We would not go down to the 1/10 of an inch.
You know, and I guess I don't want to set the precedent of saying that 2 little leaves on a sign now constitute a graphic that would trigger an event. Andrew has suggested, hey, it's a small trigger and we're only asking for a small delta, but I don't want to get into doing ratios. The hourglass or the wine glass at
Liquor Barn.
Liquor Barn, you know, was that less than or bigger than a big letter? Should they have gotten a 50% bonus or only a 25%? Let's just let them build the sign, not trigger any bonus. It's within, you know, if they can move the letters of the sign in 2/10 of an inch, it'll be fine. Just let it go. That's my only concern. I don't want to go into this ratio business of bonus versus graphic size. And that's my only concern, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Schaaf?
I'm sorry? Oh, for me.
Any comments?
Yeah. I just missed it. I didn't realize that it was any bigger. And I said it didn't need to be on a review. To me, it was fine, but I missed that part, and I guess I just need to read it more carefully. But my thought is, if you let 4 inches go then why not let 6 inches go?
Yeah,
You know, and then it becomes a foot, see? And so I think you need to stay within the, in this case, stay within the letter of the law.
So cut it down 1/4 of an inch between letters.
Yeah, cut it down.
That's it?
Thank you.
Commissioner Dorban.
I would have to agree with Norm. I think we should cut it back to fit the size that it's supposed to be.
Commissioner Johnson.
So just to interject real
Go
quick,
ahead.
this is, the interpretation then is that the leaf is not a graphic. Is that that is not? I just want to make sure when I phrase
the leaf is not a graphic.
Well, because we were talking 2 weeks ago about a C or a G being a graphic because it was just a little bit different.
But it was a whole uppercase letter.
And?
This is just 2 leaves.
To me, that doesn't qualify as a graphic.
Somebody that puts a smiley face in the middle of an O, is that a, you know, I just don't want to go there.
Commissioner Johnson?
Well, I looked at it as being a graphic. It's a stylized O with the leaves on it. It looks a heck of a lot better than that sunflower did.
If you read the ordinance, a stylized letter isn't in the ordinance. It's a stylized text.
But if that's their logo, that's their logo, you know.
I think the staff opinion on this, and I think that it's subject for review another day, you know, at the actual language of the code. Did the code mean, and what should it say if that's what it means? I think that we can put it on the list of things to review. My review of it was I was looking at the section that says that it should be proportional. It used to be the graphic could be no greater than 40% of the sign, and including a graphic made you get a bonus of up to 1.5 times. About 5 years ago, that section was changed to say, to not just allow for the abuse. The abuse that was feared was that you'd have a sign that added a 2-inch graphic and then tried to make their letters huge based on a 2-inch graphic. So I think the idea of that is what I was looking at here. And if I was misinterpreting the original intent of the code, then I would suggest the next time around when we do sign code, I'll just put this on my list of sign code questions, and we'll make sure that the code says what everybody agrees it should say.
Mr. Chairman, I have one other comment.
All right, let Commissioner Burns go next.
Thank you, Commissioner Maloney. When I agreed to join your commission, I was pretty sure there was no math involved, and I'm looking at this as a graphic, and I think it looks better than a sunflower also. Those are my comments.
And they're mine also. And now someone down here wanted to talk.
Okay, one other thing. It seems to me that when Great Clips came in for their variation on their sign, the intent of Fresh Farms was to grant that to all businesses. And Back to Nature said, no, I don't need it, I don't need it. And I took that into consideration also.
I thought that Fresh Farms only granted it to them.
When
the
Fresh
larger
Farms,
sign.
when it originally came in, they were trying to apply it to everybody. In the middle of that, Back to Nature came in with the top sign, which was awarded the graphic bonus for having the sunflower. Back to Nature is not part of the variation that was.
Right. They could have been.
They could have been.
Yeah, but okay, that's all. Thanks.
So I guess I would request a poll of whether we're just leaving it exactly as shown or reducing it to exactly 20 square feet.
Commissioner Burns?
Leave it as shown.
Commissioner Johnson?
How far over are they?
If you measure
in square feet, because that's
in square feet, taking the average height of those letters and running across, they're about half a square foot over.
Half a square foot. Leave it as it is.
Commissioner Dorband?
Reduce it.
Commissioner Stylen.
Personally, I think we ought to leave it as is, but not say that that is a graphic. I think
Commissioner-
0.56 is close enough to be,
All right. Okay, let's leave it as it is. And Commissioner Schaaf?
Oh, gosh, I don't know. Leave it as it is.
And I say leave it as it is. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Burns?
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Dorband?
No.
Commissioner Stylen, I vote yes. Commissioner Schaaf?
Yes.
Commissioner Maloney? Chairman
Yes.
Maloney?
Yes.
That's 5 yes,
for
1
both
no, and 1
Commissioner and
absent.
Chairman.
Just about. Okay. And this is we have right after this, a late entry. The business has been informed of their options, given the fact that this came in today. This business, which is the 7 Pantry at Lexington Commons Plaza, has been brought to court by a business with a similar sign and has been ordered to remove the 7. They have a court date to accomplish that that is before the next Plan Commission meeting. So when I explained when the next meeting would be, they requested that the commission, given the unusual circumstances of this, of their lawsuit and their court order, they requested the permission to have this reviewed so that they can remove the 7, which is the subject of the lawsuit.
Commissioner Burns?
Looks fine to me.
Commissioner Johnson?
I don't have a problem with this.
Commissioner Dorband?
Okay.
Commissioner Stylen?
No problem.
Commissioner Schaaf?
No problem.
Someone make a motion?
We're talking about both signs,
So
right?
moved.
Yes, it's the
Yes.
freestanding and the wall.
Okay.
Motion made. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Burns?
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Dorband?
Yes.
Commissioner Stylen votes yes. Commissioner Schaaf?
Yes.
And Chairman Maloney?
Yes.
That's 6 yes and 1 absent.
Can I please have the made and seconded that motion?
Dorband and Stylen.
Thank you. And that is all I have.
Approval of minutes of February 16th, 2012. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Approval of minutes February 23rd, 2012.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Other business, discussion of Plan Commission policies. Can we continue this to another date?
Yes.
It is a little late. 11:09. I think this is going to take some time. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Continue. Second.
To a definitive date of?
Well,
it's not a public hearing.
it's not a public hearing. so
What
just-
date would everyone like to?
We can say next, the 22nd, but that might be booked up too with this hearing. I don't know.
You don't need to, it's not a hearing, you don't need a
Well,
specific
let's
date.
put it,
If we table it, does it just roll onto the next
Yeah,
agenda?
it's a non-public hearing, we can just put it on the next agenda,
Okay,
and
let's
whatever
do that.
happens.
take a motion to table.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Well, anyone want to say anything before we do? Other than good night?
Good night.
Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We're out of here.